Welcome to Zinzino's annual event 2024. I am honored and excited to lead you through part of the first day. And I think we are more than 3,000 people here, 40 different countries. And it's been 1 year since we were together the last time. And wow, there have been a lot of things going on over the last year, or what? We are going to celebrate today. We are going to listen to amazing speakers. We are going to launch new products. And of course, we are going to have a lot of fun. And I have been traveling many places, been at events in many countries, and there is some places that they do crazy stuff on the events to get the excitement up. And maybe the most crazy thing I've seen was down in Athens. And Theodoros, could you come and help me? Are you there? Where is Theodoros? Yeah. Come around, there is a mic there. So I would need a little bit of help here, and this is very duplicatable. So you can do this in your own events, but I'm not as good as the Greek guy. So could you do a test? So this is Royal Crown, Theodoros Kordis.
Hello, Zinzino!
So how do we do it? How do we do it? Just show us.
So do we want to up the energy? Are we ready? Okay, so we do this. Oh, hooah! And then we stand up and we say hooah.
Okay, are you ready?
Are you ready? So no. You are down. You are down. We go oh, and then we go up. We will do it one time, and then the second time we'll do it greatly. 1, 2, 3. Whoa! Amazing. So can we do it second time?
Okay, this is going to be the last one.
So this is the last one. You give it.
Thank you. Okay. Well, you didn't come and pay to listen to me. What you did do, and one of the reasons you are here, is a woman with an extraordinary leadership, and one of the reasons why we are where we're at today. Would you please help me to welcome up on stage co-founder and 3-star global president Hilde Riismyr Sala.
Success in the eye of a hurricane. How did I ever change?
I'm a daughter of a doctor. And back in the 80s, when I was probably around 5, my dad would very often bring me to house calls. Now, I know that's not necessarily so common anymore, that doctors visit their patients in their home. But my dad was very often working during weekends, and my mother also had my younger brother at the time to care for. And I liked spending that quality time with my dad, so often I would follow along and we would drive around and visit sick people. And at one point, I remember there was this lady. She wasn't really old, probably in her beginning 50s, but she was sick, very sick. Later on, I was told that she had the diagnosis ALS. And for probably around a year, I remember that my dad very often went to check on her, usually once a week, and I would follow along. Very often, her husband would be around, her children would be around. I remember in the beginning, she was very often sitting in her chair, and later on, they made a bed for her in the living room. And I also remember I really enjoyed these visits because in spite of the horrible situation, this family were in, they were always so nice to us. She was so kind. She had the prettiest smile. But then there is one point that I would forever remember. My dad, he asked me to go into the kitchen together with, I think, her son. And as we came into the living room again, I could just feel this change of atmosphere in that room. I could see that her husband had cried. My dad had tears in his eyes, and this poor lady was now at the point where she had totally lost control over her body. But her eyes was overflowing with tears. And instantly, and to a surprise to everyone around, I ran over to her and I put my chin towards her, put my arms around her, probably because I thought that this was the very last time I would see her. Now, as you probably do remember or understand, I don't remember all of these details myself. My dad has told me over the years. But what I do remember is the impact these visits had on me. Watching this lady lose control over her body and eventually her passing, it really led to a lot of thoughts in my young mind. Now, my parents were in their 30s, but for a child, an adult is an adult. And I remember thinking, what would happen to me if something happened to my mom, my dad? Who would care for me? How should I care for my brother? I was 5. I was making decisions, probably not the best decisions, but I was for sure thinking about it a lot. Now, this is probably not so different than many other children would experience when you go through the fear of losing someone that you really care for. But looking back to these moments in my life, I realized that this became a focal point in my life for health, for caring, for friendship, and what was important in life. But more than that, it also made an emotional imprint in me where I understood from a very, very early age that health was very important. Archimedes, he once said, "Give me a lever long enough and a fulcrum to place it, and I will move the world." Now, a focal point might be your start, but you gotta build your lever, you gotta build your business, and you won't achieve those magnificent, crazy, abundant results without building your lever long enough. Now, fast forward several stories later, I started law school. And I was going to go in a completely different direction. But then my friend Daniel, he introduced me to direct selling, nutritional supplements, and I discovered this new world. It was this light in me that suddenly got born, and now I realized that now I have the tool, I have the lever where I can actually accomplish maybe my purpose in life. And then after a chain of events where one story led to the next, I'm here at our International Annual Convention at the forefront of a movement where we together are leading a revolution of preventative health, bringing test-based nutrition to the world. Now, your impact might seem totally insignificant when it happens, but then suddenly, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 40 years from now, you're not just changing your life, your family's life, you can potentially change an entire world. Now, to me, there are 3 levels of an impact. First, you got to be willing to receive the impact before you can live the impact and eventually become the impact. Now, we are gathered in this room to grow, get inspired, learn, and elevate our business to a whole nother level. And the reason why we put on these days is because we believe that these days will give you an impact far beyond what you hoped for when you entered into this room. That it will be the starting point of your revelation, where it's you against you, and where you can start that transformation, where you do those necessary changes that you need to do to actually accomplish your goal. Now, when we look at the 3 levels of the impact, and we start with the first, we've probably all seen it. Someone that's getting started with a business, no experience with the profession, no knowledge about the products. But because you suddenly see what this incredible business can do for you, you're just willing to walk through walls. So you speak with posture, you act with posture. Sometimes it feels like maybe you have 3 doctorate degrees in this business because you're so confident. But the point being, your enthusiasm spreads. And it's like, when you suddenly have that incredible enthusiasm, it just spreads through fire or like dry fire or fire in dry grass, right? And people are getting excited because you are excited and you are starting that first growth wave in your business. Now, I usually call this first level ignorance on fire. It's like getting in love for the very first time, right? But we all do know that to build something that lasts, you need competence and you need skills. And here, very often, what I find is that it's like you're driving down this highway and you're building this competence in you, but suddenly it's like you take this detour, or a lot of people at least, they take a little detour. Because in the process of building competence, you have 2 different stages of competence. You have competence on ice, or you have competence on fire. And very many have a tendency to take the detour where you suddenly get a little bit of competence on ice. Now, when you have competence on ice, it doesn't necessarily mean that you don't have activity going on in your business. Maybe you have lots of activity going on, but the big question is, what kind of activity do you do? Now, there is absolutely no question that you love the products. You could do wonderful lectures about the product. Now, you're probably here, you're following the system, maybe do posts online about the business, the products. But the problem is that there is very few new people that is starting in your team. Now, there's 2 reasons very often for this. Number 1, maybe you give people a little bit too much information, and people don't necessarily buy facts, they buy emotions and stories that are supported by facts. Or 2, maybe you've gotten into the trap of focusing a little bit too much of your attention on your existing team instead of developing new volume. So it might be that first wave of ignorance on fire that creates, that starting point of your growth. But the key is that you don't want to stay in that that competence on ice. You want to continue into the highway again and develop the competence on fire. Now, in this process, you lead with a vision. You lead with a clear belief in the future, and you center your activity around what is actually building this business. Now, some of you that entered into this room, well, you're a little bit, gosh, what have I gotten myself up to? This crazy people running to get their chairs, you know? What is happening? You're here because you trusted your upline, you trusted your sponsor, but maybe you have a little bit of high shoulders here in the beginning, and there's this big show going on, and now this blonde is coming up on stage and trying to give you some nuggets, and you're like, I really don't know about this. We're getting warmed up here, my friends. Some of you, you're here as product experts. You know everything about the product, and you're probably going to question everything that are being said on this stage. It's okay. Some of you are here as network marketing superstars. You have decades of experience from this profession. Your communication skills are polished. You know exactly how to tell the stories. And in fact, you could have done the lectures up on this stage the whole entire weekend in your sleep because you're that good. But that confidence also might be the very thing that could maybe hinder you to really receive your message during this weekend. Some of you are young, others are old. Some of you feel that you have all the time in the world. Some of you feel, gosh, I'm really in a hurry. I got to act now. Some of you feel that you should have been further ahead. You know, maybe you're consumed with experiences from your past. Maybe you've lost a little bit of belief in yourself. You doubt yourself. And you're praying, and you've been praying in front of this weekend that hopefully these 3 days can give me what I need. And then I know that there are a few of you that have probably invested your last euro cents to be here, and you've booked a room for, well, the room is supposedly going to fit for 2, but you've crammed 15 people from your team into that little room. I don't know for sure. I just have experience because I've been there. Now, the goal for this weekend, my friends, is that you shall receive the power that is released when we gather 3,000 of our most committed partners in Zinzino. And that power should influence you no matter if you're here or you're watching online, and that you will act on your potential. Now, to receive your impact, you first got to be open and willing to learn. And you also got to be humble enough to say, I don't really know everything yet. None of us do. Now, there is absolutely no doubt that you are here because you've already been impacted by the message, the vision, our products, testimonials, the product or the business opportunity. But the big magic, my friend, is when you manage to make that message into your own message, where you own the message. Now, the second stage of the impact is when you live the impact. Maybe you can repeat, live the impact. We're getting warm now. And when you're part of a team that is truly living the impact, you're on a personal and professional growth plan. Every single day you learn something new. Every single day you ask yourself, what did I do well? What didn't go so well? How can I improve? When you live the impact, you become a cornerstone of our system, a master of execution, where you focus on inviting, presenting, following up. Inviting, presenting, following up, and developing leaders. This is the stage where you don't just say that you're going to enroll partners, you actually enroll partners. This is when you bring in 25 personal customers and where you don't leave people to chance and hope that they will make the fast start. You follow through. You continue to follow up. You check. You make goals. You make plans with your downline. You ensure that you have a clear strategy that everyone is following. You go into your back office and you check, how much does this person lack to achieve 18? How much does this person lack to achieve silver, gold, executive? And you act on it on a daily basis. And as you act, you become the crown jewel of your team. Now, when you've received the impact and you now live the impact, eventually you become the impact. Now, there is a saying that says that if you're going to influence others, you got to be willing to show up. And none of us disagree with that, right? If you're going to achieve success, you got to show up. But there is another quote that says 90% of success is about showing up. And personally, I believe that's crap. Maybe 10% is the first part of showing up. I'm not saying that showing up isn't important, but I don't believe that 90% of success is about showing up. I don't believe that at all. Because the key is that after maybe the motivation and inspiration have left you, when you're on your own and when you maybe don't have anyone around that can give you that inspiring pep talk, what are you going to do? So yes, the first step is showing up. And you've proven that to yourself. You're here. But, yes, give yourself an applause for that. We all acknowledge everyone for that. But the magic is going to be, what are you going to do with the message you've received after you or go out of this room on Sunday? Leaders or people follow leaders who know where they're going. And if you're going to follow someone, you want to know them, you want to like them, you want to trust them, but you really want to know, where is this person going to take me? You don't want to end up somewhere randomly, right? So it's important to know, where are you going? Now, there are different things that are important in leadership, but I really do believe that one of the most important things is that your belief and your behaviors has to be in alignment. Now, the number one most difficult person to lead is always going to be yourself. And I think the standard that we always have to hold ourselves accountable for is that our words and our actions hold a certain fundamental integrity, that they are in alignment. Now, there are many good definitions about leadership, but to me, leadership is simply influence. Now, some of you might say, well, I really don't feel like a leader. I don't have the position. I don't have the rank. I'm not yet there. Well, my thinking is that to not influence anyone, you basically would have to be living in a box. If you have a spouse, if you have children, if you have friends, if you have a day job, obviously you've showed up here, that speaks for itself. You've brought in a customer, you've brought in a partner. If you go to church, if you have different activities, you are influencing people because you're meeting people. The big question is, how many people are you influencing, and are you a good leader? Or said in a different way, is your influence leading people in a positive direction or a negative direction? Now, there is no doubt that to build a big, growing team, you need certain competence. You need a certain skill sets. And I can obviously only speak for myself, but in my life, I've only achieved a fraction of where I really want to be. So I continuously go back to level 1 constantly, and I ask myself, what do I need to receive? What do I need to receive this week to be able to live the message, to inspire more people? What do I need to receive during this weekend to be able to live and become a better living the message? So if you look at the business side of things here, if you're not living the message of personally bringing in enough customers on a continuous basis, if you don't live the message of bringing in enough personal partners, if you don't live the message according to following the system, that's the first hint of what you want to receive. Now, there are 2 different pathways in Zinzino. You have the customer pathway, and then you have the recruitment pathway combined with the customer pathway. There is not only recruitment pathway in Zinzino. Now, if you choose to take the customer pathway, that's totally fine. You're going to impact a lot of lives with our products. But if you are here and you truly want to build a large and growing team, you want to ask yourself, what do I need to do to be better at recruiting? What do I need to do to master duplication better in my team? What do I need to do to develop more leaders? Now, a lot of people, they want that monumental impact. And you're here because you're looking for that monumental impact. And that's super good, right? And very often, we could receive a monumental impact. Now, very often in that context, it will be connected with an emotion and a certain kind of like feeling where you make a firm decision. It could happen in a conversation. It could happen as an observation. It could happen when someone is giving a speech. Now, the point is that if and when you throughout a life get a monumental impact, very often you make a very clear decision that from here on, it's not about trying, it's about, I'm all in. I'm obsessed with creating this result. But you can also create your impact through a repeated impact. We've all heard the saying that you're the average of your 5 closest friends, right? And personally, I really do believe that you become who you spend the most time with. You become the average, always. That's just the way it works. Now, we're all born into, or most of us at least, are born into certain families with a certain set of values. And those values would influence us, sometimes in a positive way and other times in the opposite way. But no matter which background you have, you can also control your repeated impact through self-suggestion. Now, when I was 11 years of age, I was on a little holiday where I was visiting my grandparents. And one day, I think I was a little bored, and I went to one of my grandpa's bookshelves, and I found the book, Think and Grow Rich. I wasn't fluent in English, but I picked up the book, and I started to read, and I understood, even though I didn't understand it all, right? I understood this, that you could control your results through how you think. So from a very early age, I started to speak life into my future. I imagined how I would live, who I would be, the car I would drive. My dad was always very much into, or still to this day, is very much into Mercedes. So I was like, oh, I want to have the Mercedes. That was the first thing that I was dreaming about on my dream board, right? I was manifesting that. Who I wanted to help, I was thinking about, who I wanted to impact. Every evening before going to sleep, I was visualizing my future life. Sometimes when I was sitting around the family dinner table, I would speak about these magnificent dreams. And I got some smiles in return. Luckily, I have parents that never shut down my dreams, but they usually said, good for you. Now, could I notice like an underlaying? I'm not really sure about this. Absolutely yes. But I didn't care. Now, maybe some of you, maybe in the back there, you're thinking, well, what does this mean for me? I didn't find a book like that in my grandpa's bookshelf, not in my mom's bookshelf. Nobody told me that thoughts are things. Now, I'm pretty sure that at one point in your life, you've heard that. But the big question you always have to ask yourself is, what are you going to do after you receive a message like this? Your brain is the most powerful asset, tool you have. I'm going to speak about that in my talk on Sunday, so you better be there. We're going to talk about transformation. Are you ready for some transformations, Encino? Now, it doesn't necessarily mean when you start to suggest something to yourself, it doesn't necessarily mean that, well, suddenly now everything is going to turn into magic. No, you're still going to have your fair share of troubles, challenges, sometimes setbacks. And I can assure you, throughout my life, I've had a lot of those setbacks. But the big question is, if you continue to tell yourself where you want to be over time, if you continue to suggest something to yourself, well, eventually those suggestions becomes your auto-suggestions, and that's when you, at one point, own the message, Sasha. Right? Now, I remember so many times throughout my career where I have been sitting maybe here at the, 15th row somewhere, and I've been thinking, hi, my friend, good to see you. And I've been thinking here and sitting here, and I've been thinking, I wish I had some of these incredible stories that someone is telling from stage that could just give people this monumental impact where they never look back. They just continue to push through. They don't look right, they don't look left, they just continue. But then, eventually, well, you can clap for that if you want. But eventually I realized that most of us, even though we get some of those monumental impacts, hi Peter, over the years, most of our impacts come from repeated stories. Repeated situations, repeated self-suggestions. So good to see you. So repeated self-suggestions that eventually becomes our auto-suggestions. And when you suddenly have it as auto-suggestions, well, then you own the message and you really have the power, because then it's you. Now, the biggest difference I've found working with a lot of people over the years is that the difference between success and failure is this. What you focus on will grow in strength and in power. Now, most people, they're looking so desperately for that monumental impact and waiting. And suddenly you wake up decades after and realize that life just passed. But the ones who take action on their impacts, the small things that happens every single day, every single week, those are the ones that manage to create their success story. Now, as you probably do understand, it wasn't just the story, the moment that happened in my life when I was 5 that fueled my desire to be on a mission to create health and wealth. It wasn't just the impact a few years later when I saw my dad almost die because of extremely high blood pressure. It wasn't just one person who impacted me along the way to have the desire to build a global business and create, health and wealth in my life and in your life and a lot of people's life. I could probably stand on stage here and tell you, 20 different stories, 50 different stories, 200 different stories of different things that over years have impacted me and fueled my desire to what I do today. And similar, you too have those stories. Maybe they happened when you were 5. Maybe you were 20. Maybe 50. Maybe it's going to happen this weekend. But the point is that when you build on those moments are the thing that will ignite you over time. Now, more than ever before, Zinzino is at a place where people from all walks of life, different ambitions, different nationalities, different backgrounds, but despite of our differences, we have one thing in common. We want to create health in the world. We want to bring balance back into the world. Well, on a personal level, we also want to create a lot of wealth, right? And bring value and blessing to the people around us. But the mission moving forward is not just about one person. It's not just about the leaders here sitting in the front. It's about every single one of you in this room. Every single one of you given the opportunity to change your life. Given the opportunity to financially change your life, maybe for future generations if you really act on it. That's the reason why you are here. And what we're looking for during this weekend is to strengthen your focal point, strengthen your belief so that when you walk out of this room on Sunday, you walk out of the room with a different sense of posture and authority where you say, I'm ready to change my life. You all know about our vision, 100, let me hear it, 100 million customers by 2050, right? Every single year we have to innovate, grow, and get better. Now, very often a lot of people ask me, well, how can you be so certain about this? Why could you say this? It's in the future. Do you know every step along the way? No, then we would have been there. But still, we do believe that the world is changing. And test-based nutrition is going to take over the world. And we are a group of extraordinary, committed people with our eyes locked on that target. Now, next year, my friends, we're celebrating our 20th anniversary. And the game plan is this. We're going to increase recruiting from 2,500 partners every month to 4,500 partners every month. By the end of the year, what we're looking to achieve is at least 60,000 active partners in Zinzino. And, mark my words, we will hit 1 million customers. Are we excited for that? All the way in the back there as well. Are you excited? Throughout year, throughout the next 15 months, there will be surprises. There will be launches. There will be tools. There will be different education and campaigns that will fuel what you do, help you create a long enough lever to ensure that you achieve incredible transformational results. Now, the question you want to ask yourself in the beginning of this conference is this: what are you willing to do to transform your life over the next 15 months? Now, what I can say is that it's not going to be enough to just show up. So you got to make those decisions. What are you willing to do to transform your life over the next 15 months? Now, I can tell you that Orion and I, we are very, and I repeat, very committed to reach that target. We're committed to do the work, to lead the way. The question to you is, what part will you play? Because in the end, my friends, you are the creator of your impact. Let's have a blessed and wonderful weekend, and let's have a lot of fun. Love you guys.
Isn't she great? Now, some practical information. Do we have practical information? Can we have practical information? Okay, there is no practical information.
Our absolute best to give you the ultimate experience, and therefore we offer simultaneous interpretation in 13 languages. All available equipment is stationed by the info desk. Please keep these safely stored during the weekend, and remember to sign off and deliver it back Sunday after the conference ends. During the weekend, there are reserved seats for our crowns and above. If you're a Leader Council member, we welcome you to our VIP tables at the front of the stage. Our esteemed Leader Council also has reserved tables during the gala Saturday evening. And for our Zinzino kids or their parents who need a short break, you may watch the live stream from our kids' lounge across the street in the hotel conference area. The Zinzino shop is located on the second floor. Invest in your professional growth and take advantage of our offers. All products that give credits are available online and will be shipped directly to you and are not available for pickup during the event. Please pay attention because during this weekend we will have some extraordinary offers in our partner web shop. Don't miss this golden opportunity to get our latest launches at the very best deals. You will be able to pick up your goodie bag at the goodie bag station during the whole weekend. Don't forget to show the voucher you received in your email. There will be shuttle buses to the nearby hotels. Please check our website for stops and schedules. You can buy tickets in our info desk. At the Cube, you can choose between healthy lunch options like wraps, wok, and baguettes. We also have a buffet restaurant and Italian food truck outside of the venue ready to serve you in the break. You can buy lunch and drink vouchers at the info desk. You may also visit the kiosk inside the arena, enjoy a lean shake, or grab a coffee at the coffee station. And as a member of our Leader Council, we welcome you and your spouse to a VIP lunch in the Leader Council Lounge at the balcony on floor 2. The wristband you received at check-in is your ticket to the lounge. Because of security reasons, we can't take group photos on the main stage during the breaks, but we've made a photo wall in the back of the venue and in the hall outside that we hope you will find even better. If you have qualified for a one-time check on Top Team, we welcome you to pick up your check at the recognition desk in the break before your Recognition Friday. Do it in time so you can shine on stage with your qualification. Feel free to use our social media hashtag #ZinzinoEvent during this weekend. After this weekend, we'll select 3 lucky winners, and who knows, maybe you will be the one getting a surprise in your mailbox. Feel free to ask the Zinzino staff if you have any questions. Look for the smiley faces with purple collared t-shirts, always here to serve. Thank you for your attention.
That was a lot of practical information. A lot. So there's going to be food, there is going to be kids, there's going to be books. Perfect. Are you ready? We have a lot to look forward to. And Carla, are you backstage with some special people?
We're backstage here, and I can hear you loud and clear. Now, I think one of the biggest speakers that we're going to hear this weekend, I'm standing right next to today, our CPO. So, Colin, what do we expect from you today?
What do we expect? We're getting closer to the point that I will tell you what you can expect. But you can expect empowerment, and you can expect, actually, what we've done is that we went and created something that we thought, surely, given all the research and the science and the understanding, surely someone's done this. And then we figured out, lo and behold, they hadn't. So we did it, and that's what you can expect.
Product launch! Okay, Jens, we're excited for him to get up here. Back to you.
Thank you, Carla. Very good.
Copenhagen, and they told me this remarkable story that I'm going to share with you here today. So John and Mary, they have been traveling for about a year in Europe, and they were sharing, and John, like a lot of other Americans, are good at telling their stories and pretty talkative, so I didn't need to drag things out of him. But he shared that they got some wealth. And I said, okay, so what have you been doing and what have you been up to? And he said, well, I've been a consultant, I own my own company, but it's Mary who have created the wealth in our family. And I say, okay, what did you do? And he said, no, I was a marketing assistant for 40 years in the same company. And I said, okay, surprise a little bit, maybe. So what did you do? And then she told me, well, since John had a pretty good salary and revenue in his own company, we decided to take every bonuses and part of my salary to buy shares in my company, in the company that I was working in. And I said, okay, how did that go? We did well, but I did not know in the beginning. You see, there was a startup starting in the beginning of the 40s, and by the 60s, we were not even global, but we started slowly to work out the global business. And in the 70s, we did pretty well, and we peaked in 1975. Almost like a surprise, she said. And you know the worst part of that is? And I said, well, tell me. My neighbors, my friends, And even the family were criticizing us and being upset since we didn't share what we had. And I said, well, how on earth, why didn't you do? This is the crazy thing. We did not know. We just kept on doing what we were doing. Does it sound familiar? Familiar with us in Cincino? Keep on doing what we are doing. So at this event, and luckily for you, that there's in the audience, you didn't see me the first time on stage. I'm not saying that I'm perfect today, not by far, but that was a horrible story the first time. So the first time in Stockholm, it went like this. I think they gave me maybe 15 minutes. And 15 minutes goes fast. Not for this gentleman. I was done in 9 minutes. I said, yes, thank you. Waiting like this. MC was eating behind the scenes. They've never had anyone that was finishing 6 minutes prior time. So Olli Salminen from Finland, he came running out, he slipped and he fell on the floor, he raised up again and said, thank you, dog. And, I needed to step up. But the quality of the events that we had back then was tremendously good. So we've done this for many, many years now. So this event is going to be the best ever. We always take one more leap. We always take one more step. And of course, we all do that. And the company has been growing. So by me sharing this story, one of the things that I'm always doing, and people are sometimes getting tired of me and getting tired of myself, sometimes as well. That's a part of the game. What I do, and I would like to share with you today for the first 3 slides, are things that you heard me say before, but they are extremely important. And I'll explain you why they are so important. Are you good with that? By the way, it's so good to be here with you. Hey, folks! We are celebrating success and growth. And thank you all for being here and listening to me and watching this. All of you back home and everyone here. So give you a round of applause. It all starts with a vision. Without the vision, without your why, without our why, I think that is a little bit of a hard time. So you need to have a vision. Our vision is that we want to inspire a change all across the world. We want to change people's life. We want to be a health company that makes a dent and a big thing in the universe. And why I'm always repeatedly talking about this is that I wanted everyone to be on board on that. We also say that we are the most customer-centric direct sales company on this planet. And you might think that that is just a statement, that is just something we say that we want to. So listen to me, we're saying the most customer-centric, meaning that we need to take care of the customers, direct sales company. We can't be flexible of those things. We need to be tough and hard on ourselves to keep that. And in the environment of today, when we see tons of companies are changing out there, this is something that we can't stay away from. We have to be tough and not flexible on being a direct sales company. You are in agreement with me on that? And customer-centric has to be in the equation of that. Yeah, you can give an applause for that. Come on, guys. We need the heat in the room. Then, one of the things that Hilde was mentioning now is our ambitious goals. Sometimes I have this fight internally. We are constantly talking about, okay, why do we need to do all of these new things? Why do we need to do it? Why are we so hard and stepping on things? Why do we need to make new things and improve things, and we're going to launch a new product. Why do we need a new product? Why do we need a new market? Why do we need to do this and that? Well, this is the reason, because we want to achieve something. We want to become the #1 company on the planet. And without that, you need to improve, and you need to change, and you need to improve. So that's just one of those things that it's not flexible. One other thing which is not flexible is our values. We need to be true to our values and the corporate values, corporate governance. One of the things that I'm super proud of is our ability to change and adapt and improve ourselves along the journey. That goes for everyone in the company, but also you, of course. And I've seen so many changes, so many good things coming, and I'm happy for that, of course. One of the things that I'm super proud of is to be a part of this company and be a part of this journey, working alongside with you in the field, which is a tremendously huge thing for us. And seeing that the company glows together, staff and the field, together we are stronger. That is one of the foundations set out by Örjan and Hilda back in the days, 19 years ago, that we were supposed to be one team united. And you can say that, oh, well, is that a big thing, Doug? Really? It is. In my opinion, it's a huge thing. Because this company is owned by the field, for the field, and that is a huge thing. Give yourself a round of applause. So I went through some of the things that can't be flexible, things that we need to really be making sure that we are taking into consideration and making sure that we are watching that every step of the day. We have 19 years of history. I pulled out this slide from the Q2 report, so for those of you who recognize that, that's the same. That was a shareholder, I believe, cheering for me. Thank you. We've done quite a big changes over the last years. One of the things that we've done is that when we acquired Bioactive Foods and gotten the hand of the test and the oil, the funny thing is that we lost some of the partners because they didn't like that kind of change. They would like to stay with the coffee pods, which was great and it was brilliant. But to change, you need to sometimes take some new routes and waves. I'm not saying that we're straying away from our preventative health or test-based nutrition, not at all. I think strongly and believe strongly in that, of course. I'm happy for all of those investments we've done, the factory, I talked about that yesterday. I'm happy for the investment that we did in Asia. That is going to be a starting good journey for us. Happy for the things we did with Enhance, with ACN this year, with Celis this year, with Cleante, and soon going to do with Cervida, and other investments that we're going to do over the next years. We're going to develop and grow, yeah. Maybe not taking the fastest or the easiest way out of every issue, but we're going to develop, and we've done that. And you saw the new compensation plan that we came out with earlier this year, and you see a new product this year in this event, and other things that we're doing. Backing back, the reason why we do all of these changes is not because we want to hurt ourselves, it's because we want to be the #1 company on the planet. And we want to serve you and give you the service. When I came into Zinzino, I think we were in 5.5 countries. Why I say 5.5 is that we were probably delivering halfway in all of those countries. So it's 13 years ago. What I'm proud of is to see that our diagram of market share throughout has grown pretty good. So we are now in so many markets, and some of them are really prosperous and good, and some of them are a little bit less. One of the things that I've noticed and I know by a fact is that I can do all the good work from my part to make sure that you are having the best service on the planet from my side. But in the end of the day, it's how you are developing the market that matters. I'm always using Jan Strohart as an example of there is no corporate management leader who speaks Czech or Slovakian, but we are doing tremendously well in Czech and Slovakian. So congrats to that team and you guys. Same with Hungary, Ria. And me and Ariane, we're using the example of Taiwan. We have not been in Taiwan. Yeah, we got a big group from Taiwan. Yeah, you can shout, Ni hao! I wish I could say, Ariane, that it was me and you that created that. Ariane says it's him, but honestly, it happened a little bit uncontrolled, out of our control, which is a good thing. When I'm looking into the future, and when we look into the future, we of course see the same thing. There will be markets because there is leaders, strong ambitions, strong people, good service from us, good products from us, good compensation plan from us, of course. But there will be leaders rising up that we don't know or probably have not signed up yet in Zinzino. And this is a good thing. And this is one of the beautiful things about this industry, which is crazy for me to think about that they go to a different model and not pushing through. I don't think that the companies that going to the affiliate model really understand what the problem in their company is. I think they're just covering up things that they don't have as a problem. If there's a problem in the company, I would say it starts very often with the ownership in the company. Starts with their strategy, their values, their vision or lack of vision, not because of the salespeople. So we're going to stay away from that. One other thing that you've heard me talk about many times is I don't believe in one thing, that we need to create this thing or that one thing. So I want to go through that in a little bit of a repetition again from my side. If there is one thing, I'm going to say it all clear. If it's one thing, is that we need to be tremendously good in everything. But you can't take one thing out. Well, Taiwan is still doing really good without us really delivering products. So there is a possibility to create growth without having a perfect logistic and some issues. So I'm thanking you guys and apologize on our own behalf. Congrats again, Taiwan. And from time to time, you probably deliver a little bit better and worse. But that's not the thing. My idea is that we need to have strong financials. We need to have financial control. And we do. We don't have any debts. We are paying out dividend. We paid out dividend 11 years in a row. We for sure going to pay out dividend. For sure we're going to pay out dividend for this year as well. We need to have fantastic support, partner and customer support. You can't stray away from that. You need to be good at logistics, you agree on that? You need to have professional marketing. You need to have good tech, agree on that? You need to have a fantastic compensation plan. You need to have fantastic products and the products ideas of to come. So all of these things is needed. That is a foundation, in my opinion, for building a company like us. You can't take one thing out of that. There's no one who has claimed that what is the one thing? But I'm very often asked the question, what is the one thing? Well, the one thing is that we need to work as a team. And we need to know when to be flexible and not flexible. not flexible on the ambition, not flexible on the vision, but the way that we are doing and the way that we are promoting the business, the way that we are working, that's an ongoing change and improvement, of course. Coming into a convention like this, there is a lot of staff members that is working. I'm thinking about the company like a good old watch, not the new ones, but the good old watches, where everything needs to be playing together. For the youngsters in the room, that might be a Rolex just behind. So take it off and you can see it from underneath. But in the end of the day, we are as good as the weakest link. So we always need to be on our toes to make sure that we are doing our very best. So when we were launching the 1 million tests, I was extremely proud. Going back some years, when we were launching this was actually 12 years ago in the convention that I talked about in Stockholm. We were, every partner that was a nurse, the scientists, what we were doing in that, in between the meetings, there was a line of people pricking fingers and taking blood. They were curious about what does Ensino. So it always has been pretty easy to get people to take the test. But did we really see that that's going to be the winning formula? Because we had like super growth the previous years in our coffee, which is not a big thing today for us, but it's a little bit of a business still. But I'm super proud of the team and everyone in this room and how we have taken the company to that kind of level of test-based nutrition. But although we are pioneers, and you've heard Örjan say this many times before, we are in the starting point. And for those of you who were listening to Øystein Hjerme talking about innovators and entrepreneurs in the startup yesterday, you got it like twice now. He had almost the same curve as you see here. The thing is that we're just started. And for some of you might think that I've gotten this question, so how many have you tested? And I said, well, that's a lot of tests, 1 million. Well, there is no market that we have tested. Maybe we have tested in Sweden. I don't know the numbers exactly, or in Norway we have tested a percentage of the population, but it's still kind of 2.5% up before you're actually nothing else than an innovator. You see this? So we have just started. Think when Germany is having the same percentage as Sweden, it's going to be, what is it, 5-6 times more in revenue before we are there. So the tremendously we are on a journey that has just started. And I believe that everyone in this room got that. So coming into this convention, and we've been discussing a lot about new markets. There's going to be tons of new markets coming in. I'm not going to announce any new market, but we are working on probably 10, 15 new markets. And I got lots of people coming up to us and asking, what about this market? I have this potential in that market. We are slowly going to open up all of the markets across the world. We're working on Latin America now. Many markets is going to come up over the next years. We're going to do good things in both Asia and in Africa. For sure. But we're going to do it our way, and that is launching that slowly and good and professional, which we have done. That's the way. So we need to give them, everyone who works in that area, the best service that we can give. 2017, I was at a dinner party with one of my best friends, and we started to talk about Cincino and the Cincino shares. And I said, I just bought some shares. I think it's a good investment. And he's a former McKinsey soldier, one of the top guys in McKinsey, smart, good. And he said, well, why did you buy more Cincino shares? You need to differentiate your portfolio. And I said, I'm not sure. How do you know? And he said, well, I read this and I read this book and I know this one and I know Warren Buffett, or I heard about Warren Buffett and all of this. He gave me tons of good advice. And I said, so how many shares do you have? None. Okay, so Per, you're giving me advice, but you don't own shares. Yeah. And he said, why did you buy more shares? Hey, I'm thinking that the shares that I bought, I'm going to be paid back the same amount in 2-3 years in dividend what I paid for the shares in December or November 2017. I think we were kind of at the cheapest at that time. I think it was, I paid 9 kroner, but I think we were down to 7.6 kroner in December 2017. And my friend said, and we have this conversation now and then, I wished I bought shares. And he said, it's embarrassing. I didn't understand what you were explaining me. And I said, I didn't understand the thing about being paid dividend. And I was working in McKinsey. I should have understood this kind of things. I should have been more enlightened. I should have been better. And I said, so, okay. So over the last years, he'd been buying more shares, buying different shares. So he had been learning that. But maybe, I wouldn't say too late. He was in his 50s when he got this information. But there is hope for the youngsters. Yeah, is there a young person who is shouting out to me? Sasha, is it you? Yeah. It's hope for you. So I had this conversation with Ørjan here the other day. As all of you know, I got 4 kids, Chris, Celine, Andrine, and Adele. I gave them shares for Christmas present 5 years ago, I think. So they've been paid out 2 or 3 years, 1,000 euros, and now 1,500 euros. And the one that really catches owning shares is my youngest. And she is buying more shares of Cincino. And I got this fabulous text from her last week. Because as I've said to you before, every time the shares goes down, she criticized me for not doing a good enough job. And as a good girl, she's cheering on me when the shares goes up. And my constant answer to her, you shouldn't care too much about the share price. What you should care about is, are we able to pay out dividend? And then we need to go over it, and over it. So how much money do I think I'm going to get? Because we're paying out in dividends in May or June. And I said, well, maybe this year it could be more. Could be a little bit more. Yeah, okay, so the company is doing well. Yeah. So it goes on. So last week I got this text. Daddy, you guys are really doing good. You are rocking. Think about getting that from a teenager. As you can probably see and understand, I totally are committed to and seeing that Cincino is going to be something huge. And believing in the vision and believing in the future and the power of growth. Think about this. Hilde and Ørjan and the team have created growth 19 years in a row. There is no reason why we can't do better than the couple that I talked about, Mary and John. Mary was working in Hewlett Packard. They didn't go globally before they turned 20, 21 years. So we turned earlier than them. I think that we can do tremendously well over the next years. I know for sure we're going to do that. But it's going to take a lot of effort, a lot of hard work, a lot of fun, a lot of new openings, a lot of struggles, but it's going to be tons of victories. I strongly believe in the foundation of what we are creating here. I'm happy to see all of those changes that we've done. I'm so proud of the company. I'm proud of the team, proud of you, proud of the new titles coming in to this weekend. And I don't see any reason why we won't achieve what we have set out. We want to be the largest direct sales company on the planet. And I'm going to stand here strong. And that is for sure the truth. I'm hoping that you are having a good time. I'm for sure believing in all of you. I know that coming into this weekend, coming from all the different places, I've seen so much happy faces, and I would love to have a chat with each and every one of you, but that's probably not possible. But don't be afraid. Reach out to us, reach out to the staff, and thank you for being here. And thank you for all the support that you are giving to the company and me personally and everyone else. Bless you.
Dog. And now it's time for some recognition. And the three first ranks on our career ladder is bronze, silver, and gold. And they are maybe the most important ranks we have because you are on the way to establish your team and getting ready for building Zinzino. And a lot of us have been there. Most of us have been there. So now, look at this.
Every year at our annual international event, we recognize those leaders who have achieved the highest ticket sales for each recognition level. You can participate in the competition from bronze all the way up to black ambassador. This year, you can compete to win these amazing prizes.
It's not just the glam, there is a lot of prizes. And now, let me get on the stage. The winner of the International Top Gun bronze goes to, from Hungary, Susanna Hook.
It's a beautiful life. Oh, oh. It's a beautiful life. Oh, oh. It's a beautiful life. Oh, oh. I just wanna be here beside you. Stay until the break of dawn.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Very good work there, Susanna, and please be standing on the stage as we go to the international winner of Top Gun. Silver goes to, from Ireland, Vespa Bruver. Now, the international Top Gun winner on the rank gold goes to, from United States, Elena Ombras.
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling awesome. And let me explain. You are the reason I breathe. You're amazing, amazing. You're amazing.
Thank you for doing an amazing job getting people to the annual event 2024. Give them a big hand one more time. Now, to our next speaker, and a person that really have impressed me in Cincinnati. This guy managed to go to the rank Royal Ambassador in the age of 24-year-old. Are you ready? Please help me. From Hungary, Royal Ambassador Christopher Kamra.
Success doesn't come from one single moment, but it's the daily repeated actions what you are taking. There are no lucky, no talented people. The only difference between the successful and the not successful ones, that they are doing the same thing consistently. The story I'm just about to tell you, I never ever told in front of such a huge audience. So are you ready for that? I'm not convinced. Are you ready for a story which I never ever shared with anyone else? You see, you can do it better. Okay. So it happened around the age of 10. I started to do a sport which is called water polo. So it's a combination of swimming, handball, and wrestling. Only Eastern Europeans and some southern nations are playing it, so maybe like 10 countries can do this sport. But anyways, I was young, so my days were pretty packed. I started school in the morning, so from 8 till the afternoon. Then I went to the swimming pool. I started the training. Then somewhere around 4, maybe I arrived home, doing the homework, playing a video game some, and life goes on and on. First year, I was learning how to swim properly because you gotta start somewhere, right? So first, how to do the breast, then the freestyle, then the back, and then the last one is the butterfly, which is pretty hard to do. For one single year, I started to play water polo, which is, the ball is pretty significant, but we haven't seen a ball for a year. For a single year, just swimming. It wasn't that much fun, honestly. Then the second year, new coach, new team. We start to learn the basics, the rules of the game. Then you are spending more time without the glasses, so you gotta get used to it pretty fast. You are always thinking of this chlorinated water, like swimming pool water. It's horrible. Your hair is so tough from it, and your eyes just are in blood. It's so painful after every single trainings, and you're just trying to do the drops to your eyes. But it doesn't help either. And then 2 years into water polo, I'm starting to feel that I'm getting better and better. And then comes a new etap, a new coach. Now all the kids are the same age from the year when they were born. We are all the same. Then I arrived to the team, and guess what? I nearly had some little successes till that. Then I arrived to the team, and I'm in the top 5 worst players. Not the top 5 best, top 5 worst. I was horrible. I could barely swim compared to them. I could barely throw the ball to the net. I felt like hopeless. So you know how kids are doing, they're a little bit picky, they are picking on you, oh, so you're so bad at this, you shouldn't be here. And then the coach is also trying to do nearly the same thing. That wasn't that much fun, honestly. So the coach didn't want me in the team either. And thankfully I had a chance to move up to the older guys. They were 1 year older than me. So I joined that team. I was asking a head coach to move me up. I wanted some extra pressure and a little bit less toxic environment, let's put it that way. So I was with them for 1.5 years. I was training with the older ones for 1.5 years. They were more experienced, they were bigger. But I kept going. Went to the pool every afternoon. Went to the pool, we were the craziest one in the whole swimming pools, because we even had training, because of the coach, at Easter Monday, 7 o'clock. Can you imagine that? Basically, nearly no employees were present at the swimming pools, only us training every time. So 1.5 years has passed, and again, a new trainer. Whenever there's a new trainer, there are some unexpected things can happen. And guess what happened? That trainer sent me back to my original ones, to the ones who are the same age as me. I was in shock. I was escaping from that toxic environment, and I had to go back. I was so scared what's going to happen. And you know the feeling when you once left the place, and then you must go back there, and they are just waiting to judge you that how nothing has happened to you in 1.5 years. You might be in some sort of situation like that. So I was nervous. I was trying to put myself together my best ever performance. It was a regular training day, nothing special. But to meet again both the trainer and those kids. I was 13 years old at the time, so nearly 3 years has passed from the very beginning. And guess what? First training, I arrived, and I was kicking some ass. Honestly, I wasn't expecting that. So I arrived to that team, and everyone is in shock how much has happened to me in 1.5 years with the other team. And they were in shock. The trainer was in shock. And guess what? After just a few days, there were some games, some matches. And what happened? First 2 games, 3 goals from me. But that's not the most important. The behavior of both the kids and the trainer. You know, they gave me immediately a nickname, which was like mortar or like cannonball, and they wrote me to my Facebook wall. And it was such a pleasure, you know, at the age of 13, it's still, up until this day, it's on my Facebook wall, so you can check it if I'm telling the truth or not. But you gotta scroll down till 2010, so it's a long scroll. But anyways, can you have in such a short amount of time? Why? Well, because I was no quitter, because I've done all those trainings. Summertime, wintertime. Summertime was the hardest. 7 weeks full, every day from 8 till 4, 5. When it's cold outside, we were at the pools. When it's hot outside, we're in the pools. Daily, weekly, monthly, yearly consistent actions brought me to this point. But it's not over yet. It's not over yet. I became the starter player at that team nearly immediately after my arrival, second arrival. Can you imagine that? Then some time has passed, and unfortunately I broke one of my fingers. And we had a match, a game, and I was sitting on the bench with the others in the street clothes. And obviously I was one of the best players, and the coach was not too happy, let's put it that way, okay? So he was like all over the place, shouting, very not happy, and then suddenly at one point, I was sitting there turning back at me. And he's doing like that. You see, Christopher, you became indispensable. You became so important for the team that we cannot play without you. The same person wanted me out, now acknowledged in front of everyone else how important I am. Well, for a 13-year-old boy, it's one of the biggest achievements in a short period of time, in that short lifetime. But it taught me very early in my life that even these small, it's basically unseen. I was unseen for years, but I was doing my job in the pools. I was working, training, and it still could have such a huge impact, not on the team, but on my life. And because of this, I had a different posture. I have a different attitude. I became a totally different person just because of this, just because of such a success. Can you feel the power of consistency? Yes. Do you think if a 10, 13-year-old child can work for a goal for years, can we expect it from adults, business partners maybe? But I'm not asking for 3 years. I'm just asking for 1 year from everyone, especially if you're a new one. Give yourself 1 year. I'm always teaching it to everyone, to my team. You register into the business for 1 year. Don't look to the left. Don't look to the right. You put your blinder on, as the horses has it, and you focus only on the goal, what you want to achieve in 1 year. And if you're doing the consistent work, it's nearly impossible that you will not have any successes in this business. Impossible. 1 year in focus. So we were in Serbia just 2 weeks ago, on the weekend, and we had a very small group meeting there. And there was a guy sitting in the very front row, and he was so full of energy, so excited. And we asked him if he's already in the business, and he said no, but he's thinking and considering joining. And obviously we said that it's a great idea, but we were asking some questions from him. And we figured out that he's painting houses and walls. And we asked from him, if you don't mind, for how much time, how many years have you learned this profession? And listen carefully. He said, I was working 3 years to learn this profession in a correct way. 3 years learning how to paint houses and walls. And then we have some people who are joining the business and expecting that they are having some immediate, enormous successes in 2, 3, 4 months. Isn't it a little bit unrealistic? It can happen, but that's why I'm telling. 1 full year without looking to the left, without looking to the right. And I'm nearly falling down. I'm that excited that I want to join you guys. So anyways, are you following me? Is it much to ask? 1 year? And I'm talking especially, I'm never talking to these guys, I'm so sorry, but you're already so nice, so successful. I'm talking to the ones who I can barely see up there in the shades. Because you, my friend, if you're a silver, you're a bronze, maybe a gold or executive, but you're looking for your breakthrough. Think of a long term, but break it down to your daily small steps. You gotta be in the bloodstream, you gotta come to events, you gotta work on your business, you gotta do the recruiting, the presentations, the follow-ups. Because as a sportsman, I can relate to that. If you're not doing it for a few days, you're getting out of the rhythm, and you gotta stay in the rhythm. That's why you gotta work every single day in your Zeno business. And thank you. And if you're looking at it and thinking of it, consistency is a bridge between success. There were never ever no overnight successes, but the difference between the two kind of people who are succeeding and not, that the one who's succeeding, who is going to the swimming pool or going to the presentations when it's raining outside, when it's cold outside, when you feel bad, when you have a headache, when you don't really want to be there, but you're going there. And one of the biggest, most famous coaches, Sir Alex Ferguson, said that he has seen many talents in life, so many talented kids playing football, soccer. But the most successful ones will be the ones who are training, preparing consistently, even when there are no cameras inside the gym. That makes someone the best of the best. Thank you.
And now it's time to recognize a man who have done an incredible job in Cincino. Look at this.
My name is Javier de Miguel Goy from Spain. I'm a royal ambassador in Cincino. So I started looking into this industry. I really fall in love. It's not what is this for me if he joins, what is this for him? Because that's the many times we look in building this business, just what is for me. But most important is what is for the other person. Because the other person is looking and we provide a tool, an opportunity for people to really upgrade their life, either in health ways with their products, either with financials, either with personal development, either with a tool so they can grow themselves, right? I understand life is short and we only have this life to live. Like everybody dies, but not everybody lives. And then you have to do things because it's exciting for you as well and something that you want to grow and has the experience in life that you want to have. And that was actually a big challenge. And it's like, okay, I need to do things because I really feel I wanted to, not because society or my friends or family expecting out of me. We have one life. And in this life, it's going to be determined about what you do every single day, what the things you show up every single day to be the best version of yourself. And being that version of yourself is going to inspire people to build and to believe more in themselves and go higher levels. So trust in yourself.
Please welcome Royal Ambassador Javier Miguel Cole.
You don't really understand. My country, it's hard to build this business. You know, you didn't went through the same things I went through. You have no idea what it takes to build this business. You don't know what happened to me when I was young. Or you know what? I'm too young right now. Or maybe I'm too old right now. Or maybe I'm not tall enough. How many excuses we say to ourselves? And how many doubts we allow to ourselves and we buy that excuse. And that is, most of the time this happens because we compare to the wrong person. Comparison is the thief of dreams. Because many times you look in other people, but you don't know what they went through. You don't know the chapter of where they are in their life. And you're comparing with themselves and where they are right now. But you maybe didn't see when they were in the dark. You only see them right now when they are succeeding, they are happening. And I'm saying this for you to stop comparing with other people and start fighting or start competing with the best version of who you can be. This game is you against you. You're not comparing with anybody. You only compare what the potential is hiding behind you. So start looking and start imagining how that person looked like. I really want you to start thinking, what is the best version of yourself is doing every single morning? How it look like, how the shape their body is, how many books they read, what is the daily activities in their business. And that's the person that you need to strive to be. That's the person you need to compare yourself every single day and ask yourself, I'm getting closer to be my best version. It's time for you to stop doubting yourself because you're great. You have everything what it takes to go all the way to a higher level. And it's time for you to shine and show your real colors. So I want you to say after me, I am enough. I will make it happen. I will create an impact. And remember, this is not over until you win. So go there, inspire, and be the best version that you can be because people are waiting for that. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Javier. Now, are we ready for some product launches? So, the person coming up now, he's been working with human performance and sports science his entire professional life. He's a qualified nutritionist, he's a published author. He holds a PhD in something very difficult to say. I'm obviously talking about our own Chief Product Officer, Dr. Colin Robertson.
Thank you all. Wow, that's loud. Thank you all very much. Here we are again, gathered in a fantastic place, looking at all you beautiful souls. I'm going to be honest with you, you look much better from here than you do from the back of the room. You look fantastic from here. It is my privilege, once again, to represent the entire Zinzino organization, and certainly the product group, but really what we're going to unveil here today, because essentially, here we go again. As most of you are expecting or realize or recognize, we are about to do a product launch. So we're about to empower you with something brand new from a Zinzino point of view, but also something that I'm going to explain is decidedly unique in the market. There is a phrase that I really enjoy, which is that spend no more time debating what a good person should be and just be one. And that principle lends itself to what we've done. We didn't spend so much time debating what the best product should be. We just created one. So, let me take you through a bit of context. I'm going to take you back before I take you forward. You seem a little bit quiet, though. Is everybody with me? Yeah. No, I said, is everyone with me? Yeah. That sounds a bit more convincing. Okay. So, there has been a huge shift in the industry around us, and it's one that we welcome, because if I was to jump to the end of this talk a moment, which I will, health reflects itself on your skin. Have you ever looked at someone, or has anyone ever looked at you and said the phrase, "You look healthy"? Have you heard that phrase? Have you ever said that phrase to someone? And so health is from within. When we look healthy, it's typically because we are healthy. And actually, a lot of the science and development around the area of skin health, of cosmetic health, really was only scratching the surface. And yet all of the research and the evidence around the area was suggesting that no, really to target this, we need to start to look at more biological, systemic, physiological, biochemical processes in order to manifest better health. And so, gradually over time, that information kind of comes to the surface too. It starts to reach the newspapers and the magazines and the people who want to talk online. And there is an awakening and there is an awareness that actually, if we really want to look good, it starts by feeling good. And so perception of skincare has changed. Looking good is about feeling good. And what I want every single person in the Zinzino world to focus on is to become addicted to feeling good. That is simply the goal. Get addicted to feeling good. And so a conventional skincare routine will take you so far, for sure. And the example that I typically like to give when we look at a more conventional skincare routine, it's like having one of those cars out the front, one of those beautiful cars, those high-performance cars, and it's sat outside the front of your house, and every single day you go outside and you clean it and you polish it and you make it look fantastic. However, the engine is broken down. There's no fuel, there's no oil. It looks great, but it has no function or purpose. And so when we start to look at this the opposite way around, and we think, well, let's make sure everything is in peak condition, performs well, and then let that reflect itself on how the car looks, you get a very different outcome. And so, more consumers, more than ever, are recognizing that if you really want to have healthy, glowing, vibrant skin, then what you need to target is everything that is within. And we can see this. You can look at industry data. You can track this through surveys that are conducted, through analysis, through people's behavior online, the types of conversations they have. And we know that there is a whole market trend that is only increasing, where people want something that does more than simply polish the outside of the human skin. So I'm going to take you a little bit deeper. Your irritated skin is a telltale sign that something else is happening, something else is going wrong. Hands up in the room, and I want to see them. I want it to be like a huge Mexican wave. Everybody who knows someone has had a customer who has taken Balance Oil and within the first few days, weeks, months have noticed a perceivable change in their skin, an improvement. Wow, look at this, very nice. And that's important to note, because what we're actually going to reveal to you today is a part of the health protocol. For us, and I would have this debate happily and comfortably with anyone, the single best things you can do to foster nutritional health and wellness is to embed the health protocol. It's that 37 trillion cells being nourished with that omega-3 and those phytonutrients. It's those prebiotic fibers really fostering a sustainable, healthy, functional gut, and those vitamins and minerals that are playing a part in the entire communication process of the body. And then we start to get a little bit more specific. And that's what we're going to do, is we're going to recognize that, well, we can optimize. And that's why I started off with this notion of empowerment. The basics, the dailies, I would imagine everybody already does. And this is an opportunity for us to be empowered to do more and to optimize. Your skin is a messenger. If you're stressed, your skin will communicate that with the world. If there is a gut issue, your skin will communicate that with the world. We see signs of kind of pro-inflammatory status on our skin. Angry skin, red skin, psoriasis, acne, a multitude of conditions. And then we have the inevitability of what happens to us when we age. And so, if our inner organs are off balance, then so too is our skin. Remember, we anatomists, physiologists, we describe the body in a geographical manner. We'll say this is here, that's there, the lungs are here, the heart is there, the brain is there. But remember, that's just for point of reference. You are one holistic, entire ecosystem of biology. And if something is wrong in one place, it will influence something in another place. We are going to delve into the skin, but what I want to show you is something really simple, is that there is more to the skin than what you see on the surface. When we look at the complexity of the communication, when we consider this in a biological context, all of the important stuff is what we see happening beneath. There's far more happening beneath the surface than there is on top. This is where the skin really starts to shed itself, the cellular turnover, it starts to end its days. And so what we need to target, which I'll explain again in a moment, is all this magical stuff, from the hypodermis to the dermis, right the way through to the epidermis. We need to nurture that, nourish that, and ensure that it's well served. I've said a lot already, and I need to tell you more. But I think now is a perfect opportunity for us to cue a little video and just give you a bit of a minute's insight that might captivate your interest more.
What is your goal? To look good or to feel good? Why not both? Conventional skincare routines can only go so far in keeping your skin hydrated, nourished, and radiant. Today, lasting beauty for the skin comes from within. The skin is our largest organ, our first line of defense, protecting us from the outside world, but it needs nourishment. Collagen is supposed to be the most abundant protein in the human body, the glue that holds everything together. Our skin, hair, nails, muscles, and joints. But the decline starts early. At the age of 21, and the collagen loss accelerates every year. By our 50s, we will have lost up to a third. You can slow the process. Introducing advanced skin nutrition from Norway. Collagen Boost, a superior mix of nutrients to jumpstart your collagen levels and boost your skin health routine. Let the glow show. Zinzino Collagen Boost. Nourish your skin from within.
So there you go. The secret is now completely out of the bag. This is what we've spent a whole heap of time and intellect and investigation on. Wasn't that video beautiful? That was the first time I got to see that, and it was absolutely sumptuous. Fantastic. Another round of applause for the video. Okay, I've got lots to tell you. Keep with me, because it is really important that you understand this in the context that we are placing this. Because there is a lot of misinformation, there is a lot of messaging out there that gets in the way of really logic, reason, and sense. And that's where this product is perfectly placed, within what the research guides us to do best and what makes best sense, given that you're all powerful advocates of the health protocol anyway. So, let's delve a little deeper. And I'm going to really summarize this really quickly, but you may have heard me or other people talk about the gut-brain axis. And you will know that the vast majority, 90% of the communication between the gut and the brain goes from the gut to the brain. But we also were well aware of the gut-skin axis. And this is engaging the bloodstream, the immune system. Hence why this activation, this aspect of the gut that really reveals itself in the skin is hardwired. It's immediate communication. And that'll make sense when I explain some of the things that we've put into this product that set it apart and make it decidedly different to anything else that you'll find. The gut microbiome is like a tropical rainforest. And when we care for it, it cares for us. But let's have a look at collagen. I'm sure some of you will know what collagen is, but I want to just give you some headline features so that you definitely understand it better. 80% of our skin is made up of collagen. It's the glue. It really is what binds us together. It keeps our skin firm and plump. It keeps our hair shiny, our nails strong. And you have to recognize the fact that really from about the age 21, which I'll come back to, it starts to diminish. It also has an essential role in kind of muscle morphology and physiology. So it helps to keep us strong. It preserves the joints. It keeps us intact. Collagen is essential. And age is one of those factors, as well as certain lifestyle choices we can make, that means that things can be working against us. And so the problem as we age, we get a loss of hydration in the skin, we will get a loss of elasticity. You can all do a little test now. Please do. Take your hand, pinch the skin, and let go. And watch how the skin recoils. When we're younger, plumper, more elasticity, it springs back. As we age, there's more and more of a delay. And again, that imbalanced gut microbiota will reveal itself on the skin. And so, we need to consider all of these factors, and we need to think, well, how is it we can target a systemic, a profound, and all-consuming response, an antidote to this? And that's really where our thinking takes us. And so, we start to lose about 1% from the age 21. Why 21? Because that's when you've stopped growing and you start aging. We've reached maturation, and now commences the aging process. On that note, I will say that I'm blessed to have 3 children, and the youngest of which is one of my 2 daughters. And I know as a parent, you're not allowed to have a favorite. But if I was allowed to have a favorite, it would be her. And I was working away on this, and she came up behind me, and she was looking at the screen. She's got a hugely powerful, inquisitive mind. She's 11, going on 45. And she has 4 PhDs, apparently. And she saw this part. And she said, well, if we lose 1% from the time we're 21, and then it gets faster, wouldn't it make sense to start taking this stuff now? So we've got more of it. And if we've got more of it, when we start to lose it, we'll lose less. Sounds crazy, but there's actually a lot of logic in that. So maybe she does have a PhD, but she's still definitely my favorite. Anyway, by our 50s, typically we've lost up to 1/3 of our collagen. And this can be profound, certainly on how we look and how we feel, but then think of those joint, muscle, organ implications. Imagine if I told you that I would take away 1/3 of an essential aspect of you, something of you that keeps everything together. I think you'd recognize there was a case of need for you to be proactive to do something about that. And I want you to look at that, and I've tried to keep this imagery simple, but in simple terms, if we have a look at the hyaluronic acid, which I'll come back to, the collagen and the elastin at 35, we can see a sufficient amount. By the time we reach 45, it's noticeably less, and we can see that in the concave on the skin. And by 55, markedly less. Zinzino is a preventative health company. We recognize that the challenges that there are with regards to health. We recognize the opportunities there are with regards to nutrition and intelligent supplementation. And when you look at a situation like this, it doesn't take much to realize, well, you know what? We can actually do something about this. We can effectively slow down the process. And how do we propose that we support you and empower you to do that? As you've already seen, it's with this beautiful item on the screen now. And what I'm going to do is delve into that for you, just so you understand it a little bit better. So what have we done and what have we added? We've gone way over the top. Earlier on, I commented, we thought, well, what do you need in order to be effective in this? And we looked at the research, and we realized, and we looked at other companies, and they'd done a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And we said, well, why don't we do all of it? Why don't we address all of it in one product? And that's what we did. 8 grams of liquid marine collagen, MSC certified, the highest grade of fish collagen in the world, bar none. If anyone ever says to you, what makes it different, just say the fact that it's the best. 120 milligrams of hyaluronic acid. There are companies who only sell that on its own, and they say a high amount, and they have 80 or 100 grams. Here, it makes up one part of it. The gut, the pre- and postbiotics. So we are nurturing and feeding the gut for what it needs to enable absorption and to manage that gut environment. And then we've added 7 additional active ingredients plus vitamin C, because we know just how powerful a role vitamin C plays in skin care. So, are all types of collagen created equal? There are 3 types of collagen. Type 1, as you can see here, is the most abundant protein in the body. It makes up about 90% of our collagen, and it adds structure to the skin, tendons, ligaments, and bones. Type 2 supports the suspension system in the joints, the cartilage. And type 3, well, that works towards those kind of vascular and those membrane architectural points. And so when it comes to skin, the primary target is to put in those types 1 and 3. And that's exactly what we did, of the highest possible grade available. It's 1.5 times more bioavailable. It's similar to the type of collagen your body produces itself. So it has a high uptake, absorption, and availability. And it supports a more sustainable process of collagen production. And because of its MSC certification, with a reduced environmental impact. So it's ethical, ecological, as well as effective. It's a premium hydrolyzed marine collagen type 1, 3, MSC certified, taken from sustainable parts of the sea, all the things that we know that you need to know for your assurance and to assure the people who you're going to communicate with. Hyaluronic acid is a naturally occurring substance in your body, just like collagen. And it's the element that can retain over 1,000 times its own mass in fluid, in water. So it's what contributes towards that plumpness, that vitality. It retains those fluids and keeps the skin hydrated. It also is the skin in the eyes, the connective tissues. And somebody asked me yesterday, they said, if we take this, should we expect a change and improvement in our vision? And I said, I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised if it did. And that's all I can say at this stage. There's lots of evidence around it when you look at it from that point of view, but that was never our purpose. Our purpose was systemic holistic health and how that can be reflected on your skin. It fortifies the skin's resilience. Remember, your skin is the barrier and protection against the outside world. And when we protect it, and when we nurture it, and when we nourish it, it gives your skin every opportunity to look the best it possibly can. Because there's so much in it, there's so much for me to explain. What are the pre- and postbiotics? The prebiotics are going to feed those probiotics, those gut microbes, those bacteria in the gut. So we're going to make sure that they are sustained, that we have a system that is thriving and not just surviving. Then we delve into the postbiotics, and this is really now where we start to look at that dual gut-skin benefit, that gut-skin axis. It's the end product of probiotic bacteria, and so we complete the entire cycle from within. We nurture that space that is purely there to nurture you. So why do we have more active ingredients? Because why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't you? There's a phrase that's really true and accurate, less is more. But you know what? More is more as well. And in this instance, more is more. We have rice bran ceramides, biotin, zinc, copper, bilberry fruit, L-arginine, glycine, which is an amino acid, and vitamin C. Some companies are proud of a product that contains one or two of them. We're proud of a product that contains them all. So we have recommendations, 21 plus, 1 gel sash per day for 10 days. Remember, this adds to your health protocol. So this is a monthly routine to boost those levels, to support collagen production, and to enhance and empower another aspect of your health. Now it's time for me to hand over to the incredible, the sensational Gabrielle Helmer.
When I was 28 years old, I lived in Malmö. That's, by the way, the third biggest town in Sweden for the ones of you who are not so familiar with the Swedish geography. And at that time, I lived in a flat, and next to me, I had a lovely neighbor called Arthur. And Arthur, he was maybe 20, 25 years older than me. Hard to tell, to be honest. And he was very much into beauty enhancement / filler products, which he sold all over Scandinavia successfully. And one day, Arthur knocked on my door, and he said, "Darling, it's time you take my products." And for the ladies in the room, at least, you can imagine what does that feel. Wow, that was plump. And I knew him very well, so don't worry. He didn't get a in the face. No. I laughed and I said, "Come on, Arthur, are you serious? I'm 28 years old. I hardly have a wrinkle. At least then, I hardly had a wrinkle. And I said, come on, why on earth would I need such a product? And he said, well, you have to start early. And I said, okay, you are the pro. However, I'm not sure if it's the thing for me, I'm not sure this is the right thing. And I said, maybe when I turn 50, I might consider it. However, I have said no, and I'm very proudly to say I have never used any. And I'm trying to do the best out of it without using it. But what I do admit is that I belong to these fellows behind me, which we call the H fighters. It's not working. Sorry. Which we call the H fighters at my previous job, the skincare brand Nivea. So who are the H fighters? Well, we define it as the men and women who acknowledge that we all get older. However, we, as you could hear in Colin's presentation, understand it goes only one way, and that's not the right way. So what do we do? So we have two options. Option one is to admit we are getting older, we feel defeated, we just give up, let ourselves go, and just be blah. That's an option. And look around. I mean, go in the supermarket or anywhere. There are many people like that. That's a little bit sad, if you ask me, because there is an option two. And option two means you fight back. And you're trying to be the best version of yourself in any given age. And that means different things for different people, obviously. For me, in person, it means that I try to prioritize a good sleep. I try to eat as healthy as possible. I train a lot, and I really love it. And I use a lot of sunscreen. Even you might wonder why I need that in Sweden. I do. And I use, of course, supplements which fit my need. So, my dear friends, what are we actually promoting here? Collagen Boost is nourishing our skin from the inside. Because we make it beautiful from the inside? Well, because obviously when we are nourishing the skin from the inside, it makes our skin plump, radiant, and we have a wonderful glow. Isn't that great? So with the help of the wonderful ingredients in the product, we make sure that we are boosting the collagen production in just 10 days as a kind of jump start. But yes, you can use the product every day, so don't worry. So let me present to you the sales tools and assets we have prepared for this wonderful launch. And first of all, I'm very proud to, well, I have seen your reactions backstage. I hope you liked the launch video we have produced for you. Good, because if you recognize, it was the first production where we used Cincino-produced material. Even our newest clothing range is actually featured there. So I would like to give Chris, who produced this video, and Jessica, who wrote the script, a very big hand, because I think they deserved it. The second video I would like to announce is actually my wonderful colleague, Colin, which just presented to you in 20 minutes everything around this product. He produced a wonderful 5-minute version of this, a very condensed version, where he is explaining, first of all, why we need collagen, the key benefits, the ingredients, obviously, and how this product sets us apart from the competition. So this is a fantastic tool when your prospect wants to know more about our product and what makes it different. You might wonder where you find it, so all these two videos are as well always available on Cincino TV and on our new Skin Nutrition landing page. So I will show you that one in a second. Okay, let's see. What is that, a Skin Nutrition landing page? Well, during the last 1.5 years, we have developed all kinds of product concept pages for you to use when your prospects wants to know more information about any of our products or concepts. All of them are and have been available on the customer web under the section Explore. However, we want to make sure that you are using this tool, of course, with your partner ID when you share that your prospect lands in your replicated website. Okay? All right. And in order to make this easier for you, we have made a new solution that you can enter it immediately from the back office. And that's what I want to show you right now in a simulation. So this is a live one. So you enter to the back office, as you can see here. Then you see very soon the overview here. You scroll down to the section Product Concepts, which you click, and then you see now a new overview, what is available in your market. Thank you. And here you see the new Skin Nutrition landing page, where we have all the information you need to know about the videos. We have even the product fact sheet included, yeah. So yes, very easy. The key ingredients, of course, featuring frequently asked questions, blog posts, and in the future there will also be customer testimonials and before and after images. At the end, you have a purple button. That's where you click on it, copy it, and share it in any channel of your choice. So it can't be simpler than that. Are you okay? All right. Now, I would also like to announce one completely new sales tool which we have not had before. Are you curious? All right. So we call it the Customer Presentation for Collagen Boost. It's a very short and very intriguing teaser which you can share with your prospect either digitally, or if you are somehow meeting somebody and they want to know, you can be scrolling it down on your mobile phone. It all starts with a simple question, and I will demonstrate it to you. Then it will explain you the 3 most typical signs of aging, which is loss of moisture, loss of collagen, and gut problems. And then you see the solution and the key benefits of our wonderful collagen boost. Whew, yes. And since I know we are global and we have different partner needs, we have also a non-digital version available for some markets. I don't reveal which ones, but they prefer flyers and, printable materials. So there will be also a printable version available for you who love that. Okay, now you might wonder where you find all these wonderful tools. Aren't you? Yes. Okay, so in order to make that also very simple for you, because I know that we sometimes struggle with where we find what, I will show you in a new demonstration where you find everything. All right, let me guess, or you can guess. What do you do? Yes, you log into your back office, correct. And then there is the newsroom showing up very soon. That's where we always have our news for you. And there is the product section, which is called Product Launch and Sales Tools. There you come directly to the new feature, Collagen Boost Sales Tools. And there you find all the links and the summary of everything I present to you here today. So it's very simple. You just click, and then you are on the material, so to speak. Okay, and this will be available from today on in English and from next week on in multiple languages. Okay, of course that wasn't everything. We have also a wonderful social media campaign which I would like to promote to you now. This is made by my wonderful colleague Emily, who is also somewhere here, so she has made an effort to do something super exciting. So what you need to do is, first of all, you are liking us on Instagram or Facebook or both. Then you are sharing with us your best before and after image after having used the product for at least 10 days. Then you use the hashtag #GlowWithEncino, and guess what? You can win a participation on our next director trip to Thailand. Isn't that a great one? And since I have the honor to participate on these events, I can tell you it's wonderful, so don't miss out on it, okay? All right, let's go over to some more practical information. Let's talk about pricing. You might wonder. So we have 3 options for you. The first one is, of course, the single item. The single item price will be 55 euros is the premier price, and will be 5 credits. The premier start kit will be 120 euros as a premier price, and the monthly subscription will be 55 euros for this superior product. And then we have, of course, a prepaid kit, which is containing 9 of the packages. It costs 440 euros and is like worth 23 credits. We have, of course, since this is a launch, prepared an extraordinary launch offer for you. So I hope you're excited because now it comes. All right, so now we have a Collagen Boost ECB kit where you can purchase 6 from our wonderful products for 330 euros. It will be worth 23 credits and it entitles you for ECBX in the month of November. Yes. And that is not everything. There is, of course, coming something for your customers, right? So if they are choosing either the Premier Kit or the prepaid kit, they will get one of our wonderful Hans and Heidi products, the 3 behind us, so they can choose one of the 3. What I would like to inform you about that this product is available in Europe from now on for pre-order, so delivery will be a little bit delayed. From mid-October, it will be delivered to the customers and to you, and it will then be launched in the US from around 1st of November. Okay? Okay, now it's time to have a wonderful summary, and I would like to have my stage buddy Colin back here. So, Colin, where are you?
Let's make tonight the weekend. I don't wanna wait. I don't wanna wait. I don't wanna wait. Got no reason not to celebrate. Baby, I just.
Okay, Colin. Since you are the Chief Product Officer, I think you should be totally responsible for our summary of the ingredients. And since I'm the marketeer, I take all the care of the benefits.
Okay, right then, no pressure. I'm going to take you through those key ingredients one more time because it is the essential thing that really sets it apart and makes it so unique and so powerful. And I'm going to steal a moment because there are so many people we need to thank in this. There are so many people who've worked on this, but some names that might surprise you who have been involved in this project right from the start to the finish as really guides and product developers. First of all, I would like to thank Orion. Let's give him a big round of applause. He was so passionate about this project from the start. Secondly, Dag, your CEO. Give him a big round of applause. So many members of the product team, but I want to give a specific shout out because I drove her mad, Marina Karlberg. So please give Marina a big round of applause. And then obviously everyone from marketing and logistics. Believe me, logistics have been magic makers in what they've achieved. So let's have a look. 8 grams of liquid marine collagen. Take it from me, I know people will argue, it is singularly the best marine collagen in the world, bar none, no matter what story someone else tells you about the fact that it flew in from space on the back of a unicorn. This is the best. We have 120 milligrams of hydrating hyaluronic acid. We have prebiotics and postbiotics. We've got vitamin C plus 7 active ingredients. What are the benefits?
Well, what's with the benefits? Well, obviously, as you know, and I acknowledge I'm not 28 years old anymore, obviously, the product helps me to keep my skin moistured, plump, radiant, and that makes me feel empowered that I don't need any other product. I can prove it far in the future. And thanks to that wonderful collagen boost, I feel super great. And that, I think, is a benefit.
And that is the main benefit. The whole point of this is about empowerment. It's about enhancement. It's about optimization of your health from within to the skin in order to let your glow show. And here we have our final slide. Thank you very much for listening to us. Thank you for being the motivation behind everything we do. And we look forward to you making this a huge success. Thank you very much.
Give them a big applause. This is very exciting. And it's going to bring even more customer into our team. Now, all the top team 100, top team 200, top team 500, make sure you get your checks out before later in the program we are going to do some more recognition. Now, are you ready for a break? Let's have a break, 50 minutes, enjoy food, and remember to visit the book stands and so on. Thank you.
Impact. It's not just a word, it's a force that propels us to go further, beyond ourselves. It's the catalyst for change. Every action you take creates a ripple effect. Your journey isn't just your own. Your struggles and insights, your perseverance and victories won't just benefit you, they will influence and impact countless others. Real, lasting impact resonates in stories of restored health and thriving businesses, of newfound financial freedom. It's not about the me, it's about the we, because the truest form of the word impact is always having one more life changed for the better. Be the difference. Become the impact. More than 500 million people use omega-3 supplements. When tested, 97% do not get their desired results. And even worse, they don't know if the products they are using actually work. That's where we come in. Through our disruptive technology, our customers are made aware that they need a real change to get the most out of their life. Our products promote one of the most important building blocks in our cell structure. Without it, your body is compromised. As a partner promoting these products, this becomes your ticket to wealth.
Our mission: we inspire wealth and health for our customers, families, and friends.
Becoming your best is not just about talent and fancy gear.
Our vision: inspire change by being the most customer-friendly direct sales company in the world.
You become the best through your attitude, your hunger, and your actions. In Zinzino, we are not afraid to go all out, leading the future to a better place for everyone. We realize we don't know everything, but we still act, and we commit to learn from what we do in order to constantly improve.
Kaizen continuous improvement.
There is strength in numbers. We succeed by working together.
We work together, laugh together, cry together, excel together.
In Zinzino, we encourage personal growth. We recognize the uniqueness in everyone. We believe in giving back. We create inspiration. We innovate. We are the pioneers of test-based, personalized nutrition. We are lifting the field of health and wellness to a whole new individual level and into the future. This is why our goal is big and bold, yet perfectly reasonable. By the end of 2025, we will have 1 million customers in Balance. By 2035, we will have 20 million customers. And by 2050, we will have helped 100 million customers to a life in balance. Enjoy the ride.
Zinzino, we inspire change in life.
Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up.
One of the things I really appreciate about Zinzino is the way the corporate side and the field is working together. And as you see, there is going to be a panel behind me here, led by an amazing guy from the UK, an incredible leader, having a talk with some of the corporate people helping us out in the field. But before that, are you excited? Are you ready? Ooh, you can do better. Ooh. Yeah. Here we go. You want to do it one more time? The Greeks, are you there? Ready? Ooh-ah! Ah, amazing. Please welcome from UK, Ambassador Steve Ives.
Am I on? Yes, I'm on. Great. Are you all refreshed from your break? We ready to go? Because, anybody sense that Zinzino has been in an expansion mode? Expansion is happening all around us. I don't know about you. There's the FOMO, the fear of missing out. This is that season. I think we're in the sweetest spot in my 5 years with Zinzino I've ever seen. And as we expand, I love what our CEO is doing. I love what the corporate staff are doing by supporting us in the field with quality, talented, seasoned individuals in the industry. Who are there, but by the way, these are corporate people, but guess who they work for? If we don't create volume, they don't have a business, right? A job. So they want you to use them as much as possible. They're there to help us as much as possible. So to do that, and I'm going to play a short video to introduce our panel to you, but when they come to the chairs, make the biggest noise for them because they're going to be sharing their vision for their marketplace in the coming years. So let's watch this and make a noise for your sales director of Zinzino. Welcome to the stage, your sales directors. Make some noise. Grab a seat, ladies and gents. These are your sales directors, ladies and gents. I remember the day when I joined Zinzino and there was no sales director in our market. And some of you have experienced that, but look what's happening. And these are just a few of the sales directors that are supporting us in the field. So we're going to start with Miguel. And for those who don't know Miguel, he looks after the Latino market in Mexico. Have you heard about Mexico? The noise that they're making down there? And this gentleman comes with a great season of experience. But Miguel, you're doing a great job down there with your team. And I know that you've got a passion to open up the whole continent down there. But what's your vision, not just for Mexico, because they got off to a great start, but the Latino market in the Southern Hemisphere, but also in the American market?
Yeah. Thank you for the question. You know, when we talk about the Americas, most of the people who is purchasing the products from a direct selling company or an MLM company does not speak English. So in the Americas, the number one language from the people who is doing MLM or is doing or is involved in a direct selling company is Spanish or Portuguese. So when I talk to our CEO, Doug Peterson, we say, okay, we need to find a way to expand globally, thinking on the language, making it easy for the people of Spain, prospecting people or getting people in South America or Latin America, and same thing with him in the future with Brazil a few years from now. So everything is in the plan. Mexico is doing fantastic. I was talking to Doug yesterday about the numbers, and it's fantastic what Mexico is doing, so congratulations to everyone in Mexico, but we want more. Also, the people from Spain, they are working very beautifully in Latin America, but we are also working with the Hispanic market in the US. So I'm based in Orlando. Orlando has 500,000 people living in Orlando speak Portuguese. They don't speak English. So we see everything which is going to grow as a region in the future years, and it's very promissory, and we're very happy with the expansion in Spanish and Portuguese.
So even if you can't speak Spanish or Portuguese, then, you know, these guys are here to represent you from the field perspective as well. So thank you, Miguel, for sharing that vision with us. Bruno. Now, I've got to tell you a quick story about Bruno. Bruno, I was a boy at one stage, and I was sitting in an audience with Bruno when he was just speaking so much inspiration. Bruno, which I love about Bruno, he has built to the top in the field. So when you connect with Bruno from asking for corporate support, he knows how we feel. He's built 3 times previously. So, Bruno, of course, you're heading up Portugal. You know, you've come from a great heritage. But, you know, the key, and we're talking about stage, about not just creating a lot of volume. There's companies out there creating a lot of volume at the moment. But talk about how you see growing the Portuguese market, but from a sustainable long-term growth.
Thank you for the question, and thank you everyone that is here. One of the things I love the most about this company is the systemic approach. The company understands that there's a partner, there is a person that we need to take care of, that we need to be responsive, that have their thoughts, their good days, their challenges, and we need to be there with them. But after that, this partner that needs to be connected with us have a team, an uplines, downlines, and these teams are building their identities. This is another system. Then the country where we jump in, different lines working together, common philosophy, defending the flag. And we as country managers we fight every day to have a safe place where the strategic is there and everyone can build there. And we have Portuguese people here. Congratulations. But we want everyone that is here to build their basics, build their lists, and help us build the country together, because the system is there. And it's a good environment. And of course, then we have the European system, we have the worldwide system, and the company guiding us with the vision, giving us the fluency so everything can flow in the correct way to a $1 billion company. Thank you for that.
And another thing about Bruno, he sort of retired from activity, studied for psychology, and said, I need to come back from a corporate perspective to help people. So, you know, he's got a wealth of knowledge. So for those who've got Portuguese connections, make sure you utilize him. So, Sammy, I had the privilege of meeting just a few weeks ago in Malaga. For those who know Sammy, he's a little firecracker. He definitely made a presence on the ambassador trip. But Sammy, I know I spent a few moments with you in Spain, and I love hearing your story. But you know, I think a lot of people need to see this bigger. You know, so I think Hilda opened the event with vision, right, and catching the vision. But you've seen the vision, right? You were with your previous company over a decade, and you saw them go where probably we are today, to over 3 billion.
Correct.
So cast the vision for us Zinzinoans and show us what's ahead of us.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here. And it's very important to understand that success doesn't happen overnight. Success is a process in time, and the factors like vision, clear vision, leadership, culture, philosophy, all those factors are important on that way. And definitely, just what I've seen in these 2 days here, Zinzino has every single factor in place. So we just need time. And the question is, who wants to be there when Zinzino hits the billion? All right, that's why I am here.
And what's your vision for specifically Spain? Because in the few moments I shared conversations with you in Spain, I know some of the leadership that we recognize today as the new ambassadors, Javier and Moira, that they were just so excited just being able to spend time around you because of the support they're going to now get from you. So.
Well, we all the countries, all the people here are part of the vision that Orion, Dag, and Ilden always give us very clearly. The million, the 20 million, the 100 million that we heard today. So it's very important for us in the countries to have also that vision. How much do we want to give to that vision globally from each country? And for us, we have set a plan for the next 3 years, 3 to 5 years, to hit the 60 million per year. And a very clear plan, yeah, for Spain. Where is Spain? There we go. So it's a very clear plan. We have weekly meetings, monthly meetings, quarterly meetings, and the team is really an amazing team in Spain. We're working together to hit that vision and to give our best towards those 100 million in 2050.
Fantastic, fantastic. Now, I asked Maya behind stage that you sit in the center because you can be the rose between all the thorns. And look, and she stood all the way there. We could have got a chair for you. You're okay to sit? You're good, you're good. So, Maya, we haven't actually personally met, but I've heard a lot about you. I know you're overseeing a market that I know is very on the heart of Orion and Hilda, France. One of the greatest countries, greatest potential. So having you on board to now really support those sort of green shoots in France to turn it into a real blooming market. So how are you feeling about being here? This is your first annual event. What is your vision for France? Just share with us a little.
Bonjour. Indeed, this is my first annual event. This is my first annual event in Oslo. I admit that I feel like I have been in Zinzino for years, because the Zinzino family, partners, leaders, colleagues, all welcomed me with open arms. And you made me feel home. The year 2024 is an exceptional year because we celebrated a happy marriage between Zinzino and Gzelis. And our Zinzino family grew. And an alliance who brought us beautiful new products and as well a great savoir-faire. So actually we are here to stay. We are here to change lives. We have a story to tell and the world is ready to listen to it. And as a family, we all share our love for our company, for our products, based on science, and most of all, we don't want to guess anymore. And as Victor Hugo said, There is nothing who can stop an idea whose time is came. It's time for me. It's time for you. It's time for Zinzino. Thank you.
I got to say, that wasn't the French accent I was expecting. But it was a beautiful accent, but it wasn't the French accent I was expecting. But thank you, Mayor. So moving on to Roger. Roger, I think I was going to introduce him from Taiwan, but I think he's already been introduced by Taiwan. But Roger, the growth, and we saw our co-founder really excited. We saw our CEO about your market. You've had incredible growth from Q2, and these crazy things, and obviously our CEO shared a little bit about no test, no product yet, but that's all been sorted out and that's in place now, and yet you're exploding. So what's your vision for Taiwan? Importantly though, how are you going to maintain that incredible initial growth that you've had in the coming months?
Yeah, thank you, Dave, and thank you, everybody, and thank you for being here. So I would say cultural adaptation, because Taiwan is a small island, beautiful island, and the place is small, and everybody tend to stay close to one another. So that made us some good characteristic and personality, such as people are warm, friendly, and eager to learn new things from abroad. So in Zinzino for the market is totally new things. And when I started learning things about Zinzino, I found that the company founded in the Northern Europe. And the place should be nothing to do with business, because that is a very beautiful place. Everything is about traveling. But the company is selling the cutting-edge product and with the, I would say, the #1 compensation plan over the world. So I have no doubt that this company can really help people to pursue a better life in Zinzino. And I found most importantly, the values and the cultures in Zinzino are so different. So like our founders, Orion and Hilda, they are so successful leading the company and building a stable business and with the residual income. And of course, we have a very good management team led by Doug. So I think the company is much different than what I know before. So we are teaching people to build a long-term company, long-term business, not a short-term. So not making quick money. So all of these are so beautiful and attractive for me, but also for our people living in Taiwan. So, but because of some language and cultural barrier, so we know only 10 or 20% of Zinzino has been known by the market. So my goal is to build out a platform to provide the right message from the headquarters to the field. So this time we have over 60 people from Taiwan, right? So I already hear you. Yeah, there they are. So I believe when the journey back, each of us will become a seed and grow up as a big tree, and to share what we see and what we feel in this amazing event, and recruit more people join us. And next year, we come back here with more partners and leaders together, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. Thank you. Well done, Taiwan. Stefan, you stepped into the #1 market when you came on board, but you've done incredible things in your time here, in a short period of time. But there's an English saying that says there must be something in the water. Why are the Germans different? Right, so you can maybe enlighten me a little. What are they doing differently to the rest of the market to be sitting there at #1 at the moment? But the biggest challenge I think a lot of people can see is, is there still room for growth? Right? Just because you're #1, we can take the foot off the gas. So what's your view on that? And what are you going to do to keep Germany #1?
Thanks, Dave. Great questions. I thought about myself about that, why we are there where we are, and are we there where we are? And the magic potion, the magic water, what Germany is drinking is in the end sitting here. It starts here with the leaders, then the next level, down to the crowns, the directors, diamonds. Each leader had a vision and tries to bring an impact. So they build it up different. I call them always like speed cruise boats, huge ones with training camps on it, which are cross-line opened. So we have 52 weeks in a year, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday calls from different lines. They all do the same with a different taste and flavor. So it's for me easy, sometimes really easy when I get a call from a leader from abroad. Hey, I'm building up a team here in Germany or in Switzerland. Hey, where's the next event? I said, hey, open the TV menu. You can have it a little bit left colored, right colored. You get the same, your team is open, invited to all these big cruise ships who are thriving through an ocean of 100 millions in DACH region. And if you imagine, when you come to the point, is there the end? No, there's not the end. And when I compare, for example, Sweden with 10 millions is on the, I think on the second or third place actually in the ranking with us. With only 10 millions, we have 100 millions potentials. So we only 4 times more in the revenue compared to Sweden. So in Germany, or DACH region, there's so much to do. When I go on the test side, what we have seen today, we are with 0.2% tested of the population. So the roof, I can't see it.
We've got a long way to go.
Yeah.
A long way to go. I'm gonna borrow Colin's line. You know, you shouldn't have favorite sales directors, but if we're gonna have one, it's Steve Morley. Okay? Why? It's because he's my sales director. So, I have no favorites. But Steve, I remember having that coffee. in that bar, and I played a 2-minute video, and I wanted a customer. And next thing I know, you come out here, have dinner with Orin, and you're a sales director. You know, and then we go straight into COVID. So we've had some growth, and we want to put some momentum in the market. But share with some of the things that you got in vision for the UK, but some of the things that you're probably proud of what you have achieved to date.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Where to start, Dave? Honestly, firstly, I'd just like to thank the amazing UK and Irish partners that are here today. Great job, everybody. It's an absolute honor to support you on a daily basis. And what am I most proud of? Where do you start? How long? You could spend hours on that. I'm certainly proud that for the first time ever, we got into the top 10 of Zinzino full launch markets last month. That's pretty cool. I think recruitment's doubled in the past year, so we're going in the right direction. For sure, the work everyone's doing with the sports in the UK is incredible. Over the past 4 years, as you know, we've had a very famous football team called City take our products in Zeno and order on a monthly basis. We had an order for 100 bottles a couple of months ago, which is sensational. But it took 4 years to develop that and work with that, and Stuart Bimson, great job with that. But just this year, we have another 6 famous football teams taking Zinzino products and getting tested. So great job to everybody on that. I'm very proud now that we've got the UK warehouse coming.
Can you tell more?
I'm saying that. I can tell you this. I have never been so proud of our headquarters. I mean, the work that we don't know that goes behind the scenes there from all departments in supporting us to support these guys. I mean, to get that piece of the puzzle, which is from a corporate side, probably one of the biggest pieces and last pieces that needed to kind of work for the UK. So now that's in place, I look forward to being able to go out on the road a lot more, which we do a lot of events, but on the road a lot more, developing those relationships. And yeah, the word I'd probably use is honored to be part of this company and these partners, because they are exceptional, beautiful, talented, and just starting.
Well, I love the French, but I love the idea we get our own warehouse next week. Is it next week?
It's definitely going to be announced around then, yeah. But trust me, the wait is worth it. So this is crazy good news for us. But it's the effort and the energy everyone's putting in to be here. All the new recognition pins. Normally, last year, I could have probably went through all the recognition pins this month. or last month, but there's too many now. But congratulations to everybody, and congratulations to the Zinzino family.
Fantastic. And I think you can agree we're in very good hands with people that have some wisdom, they've got some vision, they've got longevity in the industry. And so let's go out and build our numbers, but you lean in on the corporate staff because they're here to support us. And for all the other sales directors that weren't on the panel, let's close out with a huge congratulations, one to the panel and for the rest of the sales directors that represent us all.
Thank you, Dave, and thank you all the sales directors in Zinzino. Now it's time to recognize a truly remarkable person. Please take a look at this.
My name is Bente Engvik. My rank is ambassador, and I'm coming from Ålesund on the west coast in Norway. I did my education in Berlin and had 3 really good years in Germany. I think that my good energy comes from within, and I'm so glad when I can help people. If you want to succeed in Zinzino, we need to go back to basic. You need to know why you are doing this. Find out your why. So, 2 years ago, I made a decision to go full-time into Zinzino. I see that I can help so many people, both to better health and also to better wealth. And I can also give my boys kind of support that other people can't do. So this job or this profession is so much better than a normal work. That's a promise.
Please welcome Ambassador Bente Engvik.
Some years ago, I got divorced. And I became a single mother to 3 fantastic boys. And I was a little bit concerned because I really so wanted to let my boys stay in the same house that they grew up. I also wanted to keep my car. I also wanted to keep my family house in Spain. And I hoped that this business could help me to achieve that. I thought that I could do it alone. I'm a very customer-driven person. I love to help people to better health. But I realized I couldn't do it on my own. So I started to look at people in my team and look at new ones to find people that could be a different, that they could have had a different, better than me in some ways. And what we did in May, when we had a lot of new ranks, I had twice a week customer presentations. Vibeke had twice a week partner presentations. And all the team had get started meetings and following up meetings. And we were doing so good and had so many ranks, and we decided to do the same in June, July, August. And what came out of that, we had helped our partners being, they could do it themselves. So they don't need us that much anymore. So I'm so proud of what we have done with the team. And I also have a very, very good team at home. That's my boyfriend Ingolf, and my 3 boys, Emil, Stian, and Thomas. They support me 100%. So I have kind of 2 teams. So together we can do this. I feel so secure. Thank you.
Bente Engvik, fantastic. Now it's time for some celebration. Are you ready? And you don't have to go very long back in time before we could have all the people up on stage. This stage is not big enough for what we're going to do right now. We're going to celebrate the people having the rank of A-team. And an A-team in Zinzino is a person that have more than 25 customers from 25 to 49. So would you please stand up, all A-teams, and give them a big hand. Thank you for a great work. And there were, from annual event 2023 and up until today, we had 2,843 new A-teams. Now let's do the next rank, and there is no space for those either. The people being pro team having from 50 to 99 customers, and please stand up and give them a big hand. And from last annual event and up until today, there were 999 new pro teams. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. And customers is the most important in our business. That is what's creating residual income, a stable organization, and a high volume. And now we are gonna have some people up on stage, and obviously I'm talking about Top Team 100, so if you are a Top Team 200 and higher, please be in your chair, because I really want all the Top Team 100 up on stage. Give them a big hand.
Feel your body.
Now you clearly see that we couldn't have all the A teams up here, right? Top Team 100, you did an amazing job in Cincinnati. Give them a big hand on their way down. Thank you so much. What a great job. Thank you so much again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the people going completely crazy on customers. And I would like all the top team from top team 200 and above, like 3, 4, 5, 1,000, like top teams of top team 200 and above. Please, up on stage. Give them a big hand.
Gloria, you're always on the run now, running after somebody. You gotta get him somehow. I think you got to slow down before you start to blow it. I think you're headed for a breakdown, so be careful not to show it. You really don't remember. Was it something that he said? All the voices in your head calling Gloria,
Look at them. Now, if everybody could go back a little bit up, because we're gonna take a step forward game. So just a little bit backing up. Yep, thank you. Now, everybody qualified as a new Top Team 200 the last year. Could you take one step? Top Team 200. Yeah, last year. Yeah, this year, since the last annual event. And do we have any new Top Team 300? Could you go in the front? Do we have any Top Team 400? Wow. Would there be any Top Team 500? There is. And do we have any Top Team 600? 700? 800? Is there an 800? 1 million? No. What an amazing job you guys are doing. Margie, there you are. Yeah, Margie, 500 personal customers.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we should have a microphone. So Margie, what's the secret?
Okay, when I joined Zinzino, I had a very strong desire and passion to make a really positive impact on many, many people's lives. And then I realized that Zinzino rewarded us for reaching 100 customers. And I thought, why doesn't everyone want to do that? And so I set about a task, I set myself a goal, and my goal from the get-go was to get 10 new customers every single month. And once I achieved that within a 9-month period, I thought, well, that's great, but how am I going to retain these customers? And the reason that I got that 100 in the first place was because I was telling stories, not only about what had happened to myself, but how these products had impacted the lives of so many other people and what an incredible health improvements that I was seeing around me. So then I realized that if I'm going to build on that 100, not only did I have to look after my customers and make sure I was showing them that I actually cared about them, but I had to really set them up for success so they never stopped taking the products. And the way that I did that was to make sure that they were able to troubleshoot the problems in the first instance and contact them early on in the piece so they loved the products. And when you've got customers that love the products, they're going to share the products with other people. So I really strongly encourage my customer base to make sure that they went out and got referrals. And now it's easier more than ever because we have the incredible tools from our marketing team. And every customer I have now, I actually give them their own link, and you all have this available in your back office, so they have their own landing page and information to share, because when they have a product lover, they're going to share that link. And instead of the business going outside your own customer base, you grow your own customer base to 500 and above.
Thank you. I want to do what you're doing. Guys, give the top team 200s and above a big applause. Now it's time to recognize a lady who have done remarkable things in Zinzino. Please take a look at this.
My name is Vibeke Steinsvik-Parr. I'm a president in Zinzino, and I'm from Ålesund, Norway. I got to know Zinzino in 2015. Was not really open for new opportunities, as I was a manager in a clinic and had 4 children in different ages doing lots of leisure activities, and I didn't really have the time. But when I saw the test, the balance test, I realized that I have never seen anything like this before. I just wanted to go out and test everyone, because in my head it was like, now we can look into your future health. I'm just this girl from in the middle of nowhere, the island. I didn't always feel like a big leader that can lead loads of people in different countries. And I think that's one of the main things you will see in Zinzino, is through every single step you go when it comes to the career ladder. It not only gives you more income, it also gives you more wisdom and knowledge about how other people behave and how you should deal with it. And also you master things you didn't think you were able to master. And that confidence and personal security that you get when you do so, I think that's means more than any money in the world. Because you get more relaxed, you are more happy when you are able to do something and mean something and solve problems for other people. You know, I get goosebumps when I see people who has not believed in themselves going up on stage on an event, reaching executive, reaching diamond, qualifying for a trip. It's you see the happiness and you know the journey they have had. I think that's so rewarding. I think the reason why I have such a passion for Cincino is that I can play on so many strings in me. I like to make decisions on my own, so I love that kind of freedom. But also, I like to have fun. I think I can be myself when I work with Cincino. I get challenged, I like challenges. And I like to go all the way. When I have started something, I will finish it. Why should you stop working with something you are so passionate about? And also, when you get a team and you get this close relationship with people and we cheer for each other and we lift each other up if you have bad days, and you see also the victories when you have struggled perhaps many years and didn't get any result, and suddenly you get result. That's so fulfilling to work with. We have been given an amazing opportunity. It's given on a plate to us. And it's up to you what you want to do out of it. I know 100% it can totally change your life, but you need to make that decision. And you continue and just walk, and you don't look left, you don't look right, you just walk. And by doing one step at a time, you will reach your goal. It's just about never stopping. Just walk, continue, and then you will have your dream life. I promise you.
Please welcome Madam President Vibeke Paul.
Thank you so much. One of the most asked questions I get after reaching president, I love you too, darlings. Ali, is what did you do? How did you become a president? And what is your secret? And what I will tell you is, it has been such an amazing, easy ride. Because no one can say no to me. Everyone said yes to become both customers and partners. And when I went to Germany, everyone wants to work with me. They wasn't angry at me because we didn't have any market materials in German at all. All our events were sold out. And I have never, ever had any conflicts. I've also had this amazing personal development. I believed in myself. I never doubted myself at all.
Stop. Okay, I have to interrupt you for a second there. Hello, everyone. I am Camilla Par, and I'm a mom. This.
Give her a hand.
Yeah. So I'm Vibike's eldest daughter, and she started in Cincino when I was only 16 years old. And now I'm 25. So I've been close with her this whole journey. And let me tell you, it has been anything but simple. For me, I think it's a story about resilience and passion and a deep commitment to making a change in people's lives. So throughout these 9 years, I've seen her go from this stable role in a leading health company to being a president in Cincino. And it wasn't just a career switch. I think it was a brave leap into the unknown, and it was driven by this desire to empower people through health and wellness. And I remember when she had to be away from home and family moments. It was really hard. I can't lie, it was really tough. And she connected with us by calling and texting us, just letting us know how much she cared. And for me as a woman, and also her daughter, it has been so inspiring to see how she has worked hard for her goals while making time for family. And she really taught us, the whole family, that we have 24 hours in a day, but it's really about how you make those hours count. And by seeing her example, I have had the courage to go for my goals too. And I'm gonna be honest, I was really struggling through my teenage years. I really doubted myself in life, and at school, I wanted to drop out when I was 17, 18 years old. And my mom just said, don't quit. Don't quit. So I didn't. I kept going. And later on, when I went to college, I think I was about 1.5 years into my bachelor. I wanted to pursue other things. But my mom, again, you can guess, she just told me, don't quit. Keep going. So I did. And now I've got all those opportunities because of this. And because of the way she faced challenges head on, it really made me so inspired to go after my dreams. And now I'm currently at my 2nd year of law school, which is something 18-year-old me would never believe I would ever achieve. And on an even more personal note, I have struggled with headaches since I was 10 years old. And this evolved to a migraine, which I've been having this monthly all through my teenage years. But through my mom's guidance and these amazing products, because it's truly amazing products, I found a way to regain my health. And now I feel more alive than ever before. So I really want to thank my mom. She has been incredibly inspiring to me. And I will thank you so much for being my guiding light. Thank you.
Isn't she amazing? She has never been on stage before. She don't speak so much English, so she's much better than me. I always feel like dying before I go on stage, even now. So that's a good thing for me to know. She can take over my business. But what I want to tell you by getting my daughter on the stage, I know there are many parents in the rooms and many mothers. And I know how many times when I was working, was away from the family, I had bad conscience. Have you experienced that? Yes. Stop it. And do you see why? Because you don't realize what an impact you do on your surroundings, on your children, on your family, on your friends, when you don't quit on what you believe in. That's very powerful. Because on 9.5 years, which it took from starting as a partner in Cincino and becoming a president, and a lot of you have experienced the same. You go through people letting you down. Your superstar that you thought, now I'm going to get my breakthrough. This is a person with lots of experience, and they die after 30 days, evaporized. And then you have all these mind viruses that kind of eats you up and give you such a feeling of, I can't do this, I need to find something else to do. And what I want you to do when you get back home, and I know when you go out of here, you feel like the sky is the limit. And you will face some challenges in some ways. But then I want you to think of what I say next. Stop, step back, and reflect before you act. When you think of, what do I do today? Will the thing I do today bring me to where I want to be in 10 years from now? Do I love my job? Do I wake up every morning and joyfully go to work with all my colleagues, or do I hate it? Do I feel that I can use myself, use my skills, use my abilities on a daily basis? Do I feel like that I develop myself, that I have fun? And this is what you need to think of, because most of us believes that Cincino is just like, and I will get my dream life. But you will see that the same struggle you have in your real life, you will also have in Cincino. But by doing one step at a time, the reward is so much bigger because it creates change. It creates the dream life in the end. So when you have reflected on what you have, then you should always think, could I meet the next Ria behind the next corner, or the next Jutta? Or I might meet Marco, or someone else that are super successful in Cincino. Perhaps is that your next prospect? You never know that. You might be short before your breakthrough, and you thought of quitting. So what I say to people who feel like, I can't do this, I always ask, do you think that we can get one more customer before you quit? Then you can quit. Or do you think you can get just one more partner, and then you can quit, you can do whatever you want, but just one more? That's the magic. There is so much power in one more habit, one more customer, one more partner, one more day, one more dream, one more phone call. That's so powerful. So please remember that before you think of letting things go. Because the cost of achieving your dreams, going for your dreams, they will be big, they are big. But the cost of not going after your dreams are so much bigger. I was talking to one of my friends I've had over the last 15 years. We were going to having some steam, sauna, swimming. We had a really good conversation. And she has followed my journey the last 10 years, and she was like, wow, that you can just go like this. I couldn't go like this, go swimming every day. I can't because I took some extra hours off. You can do that every day. You don't need to run to the job like we used to do together. You don't need to be in Norway over the winter. She remembered that last year I went to Portugal for a month, and she was, oh, you live such a dream life. And I sit here, I have a job, I earn really well, but oh, I am so bored. I can't imagine that I need to be in this job for 20 more years. And you know, me and my husband, we really would like to travel. We have 4 children, and we need to support them a bit, and we have a cabin, and we have the house, and we can't afford anything. And I just looked, we are not finished to pay our debt before we are 75. But I just need to deal with it. I died inside, and I couldn't help myself, and I said, I am angry at you. You are young, you have half your life left, and you just want to give up on your dreams? So she got something to think of. And I want to talk to the silvers and the golds sitting here in the room, because you might think, perhaps you have been in Cincino just for a couple of months, or a year, and you are at silver or gold, and you think, President, that's a leap. I don't think I will manage. But you know something? You have cracked the code. You have broken the zero. You have got your customers, you have got your partners, and that's just what you need to continue doing. So when you go back home, I really want you to think of today, and think of, if it takes 10 years, who cares? What else will you do in 10 years from now? Imagine being here up on the stage 10 years from now as the next president. If you never stop, if you always keep going one step at a side, working with one more, you will make it. I promise. Thank you.
Just amazing. Par and par. Just fantastic. Now, some of you heard the next speaker yesterday. on just a fantastic teaching. We're gonna have him up here again. Are you ready? So what makes this guy very special is that behind everything he says, there is like thousands of hours of research. He's an author, he's a leading expert in body language and storytelling. So please help me welcome up on stage, David G.P. Phillips.
Are you good? Yes! Wow. I said it yesterday, it's worth mentioning again. I was so grateful seeing so many of you in Stockholm 2 years ago. And I just, I've traveled the world. I've done talks all over the world. I've been talking to about 1 million people these 2 years. No one comes close to the energy that you give a speaker. You're the best. You're the best. Truly, from my heart, absolute. And today, finally, I can talk about my absolute favorite subject, a subject that hasn't just tripled, quadrupled my business, but it changed, it actually saved my life. And it's the angels and the devil's cocktail. We did this one in Stockholm. It was so popular that I was asked back to do it in a similar manner again. So I hope that you are ready to lift the roof, go crazy, and just inject an angel's cocktail in yourself. Are you up for that? Yes. So we're going to start immediately by doing the following. I want you all to stand up. I'm going to start by injecting, just so you get a contrast, I'm going to start by injecting a devil's cocktail in you. I know it doesn't sound nice. It's going to be cool, though. We're going to get there. I want you to look around, and I want you to ask yourself, have I said hello to these people? And then I want you to actually say hello to them, but I want you to say hello to them, listen very carefully, and this is where the devil's cocktail come in. I want you to greet them like you don't care. I know it's going to be difficult, but how would you behave? Show me how you would behave if you didn't care. Go. 5 seconds. And then stop. And now I want you to greet each other like you've just seen the train coming in. It's your best friend who's been in Australia for 3 years studying kangaroos. And suddenly they get off the train and you go, "Are you here?" Greet them in that way. Go. Thank you, thank you. Please have a sit down again. So, I assume the first one didn't feel as good as the second. Can we agree on that? Absolutely. Nice. All right, to give this metaphor a bit more zest, I want to put it like this. I think I'll take you with the phone there. What's your name recording me? What's your name? Lina. Nina. All right. I'll offer you an angel's cocktail. We know that good levels of dopamine can increase your motivation. Endorphins can make your life euphoric, which isn't a bad thing, is it? Let's add some oxytocin, which will allow you to connect with people more. Let's add some cortisol, which will make you more focused. And then finally, at the end of this talk, I'm also going to give you testosterone. And if I give this angel's cocktail to you, Metaphorically, you'd fold out angel wings. You'd be very grateful. You'll check in with this person if she needs money, because, you know, you've got plenty, so you can give her some. And suddenly you're grateful, and you're positive and optimistic about life. But if I'd given you a devil's cocktail with high levels of chronic cortisol, you'd be negative. Your perspective would be very narrowed. Your decisions would be worse. And every time the chap to the left of you, I know you, yeah, the handsome man. Happy birthday again, man. You get the, she gives you the elbow, right? Because she's got a devil's cocktail. Can all of you relate to that? You sometimes in life you drank a devil's and sometimes you drank an angel's cocktail, yes or no? But where did it come from? You didn't go down to the kitchen that morning, you didn't open the fridge, and you didn't go, oh, I'm going to mess up this day. Oh, I'm going to consume one of those devil's cocktails. We are going down. You didn't do that. So the question is, where did it come from? And an even more interesting question is, how many do you have every single year? Do you have 50? Do you have 100? Do you have 200 angel cocktail days? And how many would you like to have? And my last question is, who decides it? Absolutely, it's just you, nobody else. So let's learn how to create them, and I'm going to do an experiment with you. And what I'll do is I'll give you the opportunity to feel dopamine, to feel oxytocin, to feel endorphins, and all of those I will help you with. But my friends, we're going to do something at the end of this talk that we didn't do in Stockholm. I'm going to give you the opportunity to feel a massive increase of testosterone. That will blow your mind, and we are going to do it together. And I'll just ask you this. Are you ready for that? Are you ready to grow? It's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. So we're going to end off with that. But let's begin with one of the most important things, and the entire reason that you are here. Dopamine, the beautiful substance that can create these effects. Motivation, desire, and direction. The best way to portray dopamine is a 7-year-old, and it's the 24th of December, and they're so excited for Christmas here in Sweden. And they can't wait. They can't sit still. They're fantasizing about that package that they're going to pick up. But you're no different. Have you ever found yourself on a Monday, you go into Amazon, and you go like, ooh, I'm going to buy that. And I've been looking forward to that. And you buy it, and your heart goes, ba-boom. And then Tuesday comes and you get a notification, it's going to arrive on Friday. You start fantasizing about it. How are you going to use it for the weekend, right? Wednesday comes. You start checking review sites. You are getting annoying to your parents or to your family or to your friends. You keep talking about this bicycle or this makeup or this new gadget that you're buying. Thursday comes along. It's one day away from arrival. Suddenly, you get a text message and it says, we're sorry, but your parcel is stuck in customs and won't arrive tomorrow. And you go, oh! And then there's another text that goes, just kidding. That would be a nice Amazon service, wouldn't it? Friday comes, you wake up with a bigger smile that morning. It's easier to get out of bed, and you go to the post office, and you got this number, and you give it to them. And it's like angels. Have you seen how people carry out new televisions out of like gadget stores? It's like their baby, isn't it? Like, this is mine. Have you seen this? Oh, it's just mine. And angels are singing, and this thing arrives. And the last thing I bought was a couple of weeks ago, I bought a Starlink from SpaceX to bring down internet from the skies. And I got this thing, and angels were singing. I put it in the passenger seat. I wrapped the belt around it, so nothing would happen. I got home, I opened it up, I hooked it up to the internet, and then it happened, my friend. Darkness, void, emptiness. Because the dopamine was gone. Because dopamine is the anticipation of reward. And you all know how to fix this, don't you? You all know how to fix it. You do this. Amazon. I'll buy another thing in order to get dopamine again. Or you can fix it with Netflix, you can fix it with YouTube or Instagram, or maybe eat ice cream. But constantly, this drive is so important. So, I want to just give this to you, that you see that last word? And this is so crucial for you to understand. Dopamine is like a water hose. And the direction you point the water hose is where your motivation will go. So, if your motivation is to build your own empire, selling these products, that will be where the direction of the hose will go. But if you, for instance, are addicted to your mobile phone, your dopamine will go like this. Mobile phone, email. And it'll be all over the place. It's you who needs to decide where the direction of your dopamine needs to go. Is it going to go in this direction? Some people can't do this, so their direction of dopamine goes to gambling. Some of that direction may go to alcohol. Some of that direction may go to other kind of addictions. The only one that controls it is you, because your brain won't do it automatically. You have to decide every single day the direction you want to take. And the absolute best tool for this is the vision board. The vision board is something that you place by your bedside table. I hope to God that you have one. How many has one? How many has a dream board or vision board? Amazing. That only works if you look at it and you feel it. You look at it and you feel it. My kids, they wanted a little bunny, one each, when they were smaller. And they came to me and they said, hey, can we have money for this bunny? And I said, no, you can't. You have to work for it. And they were very uninterested in working for this bunny. And so I did what all parents do. I went and bought them the bunny. I took the bunny, I gave them it on Friday, and they cuddled with it. They gave it names. They were building this family tree with this bunny. Saturday came, Sunday came, and I took the bunny back, because we only borrowed it. Monday came. Do you think they were slightly more motivated in buying that bunny? Indeed. They did everything possible to buy that bunny. They asked for jobs. They did this and that. Every possible way, because I, as a father, evoked their desire for the object by feeling it. So whatever you want to achieve, feel it, put it up on the wall, remind yourself every day. Otherwise, that direction of your dopamine hose will go to your mobile phone, will go to Netflix, will go somewhere else. You're in command of that. Now, finally, I want to show you one tip I love about dopamine, and that is there's a way to increase your dopamine levels by 250%. Some of you may say, cocaine? Well, that is absolutely correct. You'd get a 300% increase. We're just talking 250, and during a longer period of 4 hours. I do not promote drugs. I do promote cold baths and a cold exposure. Do you like cold exposures and cold bath showers? Can I see how many? You're overrepresented on that as well. That's amazing. So I've got this inspirational video for you, which I call Netflix and Chill. You who are a bit younger, you know that that literally means that you're lying in the sofa, you're watching Netflix, you're eating Ben & Jerry, and, well, maybe the person that you're with, you start making out or whatever. This is my version of Netflix and Chill. Now, there's 3 advantages with proper Netflix and Chill. Number 1 being that your drink can bob around in the water. Keeps it chill. Number 2, even if it gets too exciting in a TV show, you keep cool. Number 3, it's good to be outside. Cobra Kai.
You've done your best. You're ready for this tournament, am I right? Yes, Sensei!
Yes, Sensei! I'll go away. Thank you. I was in the water 9 minutes. That was not my intention. My cameraman messed up the sound twice. So he's quite literally under the ice. He's fired, yeah. Recommendation is 2 to 3 minutes, and you will get a mega boost of dopamine, 250%. You can literally feel, before the bath, you can feel, I don't want to do anything, I don't want to do that call, I don't want to answer the emails, and you do the bath, boom, and you come up, boom, 2 minutes later, and suddenly you want to do these things, but only if you like cold baths. If you don't like them, you'll rather just come out of them just stressed, and that won't help you. You need to learn how to enjoy them by simply exposure. We're placing dopamine here, which is this feeling of, give me that, I want that thing, give me it on Friday, I want another thing, I want another thing, give me more, give me more, give me more, give me more. It is a beautiful driving force, and it's what gets you from A to B in everything that you do in life. Let's have a look at oxytocin and place it symbolically here. Oxytocin is a neuropeptide, and it is the reason you have a relationship at the very base of it, because it's what connects human beings. It's if you see your friend coming around the corner, your oxytocin levels will increase as a receipt that you saw your friend. So what does that give for kind of effects? Well, it increases empathy, trust, and connection. And when it comes to Zinzino, you're not selling products, you're selling relationships. Because in a relationship, the product is just the extension. And relationships is oxytocin. If you fail to create oxytocin, you fail to create a relationship. So, let's see what that feels like. I want to show you a video of a boy. His name is Jonathan. He's 12 years old. He's never seen color before. He was born colorblind. Let's see what that feels like. Lean back and just enjoy.
Okay, they're all yours. Okay, they're all yours. Let's see what it does. So what do you think then? Look pretty cool? That's awesome. Hey, come here. Come here, dude. Oh, I'm so happy for you. Mom, you better get in there too. That is so awesome. I told you it's going to be a little emotional. Hey, now that just tells you how beautiful the world you have. God and I get to see it for the first time, right? So be happy, be appreciative of it. All right? That is so cool.
There's actually different colors on that periodic table.
So the question then is, that is beautiful, human inventions. The question though is, did that make you feel differently from dopamine? I would assume so. I can see people crying. And that was within 60 seconds. And I think if you listen to these words, you may relate to them. Oxytocin made you feel empathy, made you feel connected. It made you feel present, calming, lower heart rate, more relaxed. All of these effects are of oxytocin, and they happened within a minute. Some of you have practiced oxytocin a lot, so you got very easy to find it. Some of you haven't, so practice. But have a look at this. I'll put it like this. I'll actually go to dopamine. This tip I'm going to give you now, please use this for the rest of your life, because it is so unimaginably powerful. If you come home to your friend or to your family, high levels of dopamine, meaning you're thinking about tomorrow, you're thinking about next week, you're thinking about the deal, you're thinking about the email, you will not see the eye contact of your kids. You will not feel their hug, and you will not hear the question or the answer to your question, how was your day? But if you just took 2 minutes before going into your family, 2 minutes is absolutely enough, and you watched a couple of clips like this, or maybe from when your kids were small, and you look at that for 2 minutes, and you start to feel yourself tear-eyed, and now you go into your family, this time you will see their eye contact. You won't just receive the hug, you will give a different hug. And you will listen so attentively to the question, how was your day? Now, my friend, which one do you want to buy from? Do you want to buy from this person who's constantly somewhere else, who's thinking about the next thing, the next meeting, how they're going to close this? Or do you want to buy from this person who, by heart, cares about you? I know you've met these people, haven't you? Yes. So you choose who you want to be by optimizing your own neurochemicals when you need it. Before a meeting, before a presentation, or even, as I said, before going home. So the question is, are there any more ways of increasing oxytocin? Well, for instance, if I have eye contact with you, as long as it isn't weird, oxytocin will be produced. And as I said, as long as it isn't weird, I don't know. Joking aside, all human beings, if we can relate to each other, oxytocin is produced via eye contact. This also works for Zoom and Teams. But not the way most people have their webcams. Have you seen how people place their webcams? It's like, I shall place my camera in a nostril examination angle. And they are like, yes, this is, do you see, this is where I have my webcam. Even worse, have you seen people who have their webcam there, their monitor there, and they're talking into the monitor, but the camera's over there. Like, sometimes I doubt that we're intelligent beings, you know. I want you to remember that oxytocin can be produced via eye contact, via camera, so please use that consciously. I want to add one more thing when it comes to virtual meetings. In France, they did a study, and they asked these people to record themselves on 3 different kinds of microphones. Bad version, mediocre version, fantastic version. And then they asked people to judge these recordings. And listen to this is scary. The people judged the worst recordings as being related to a person they could trust less and that they liked less. It had nothing to do with their personality, but the better quality of a microphone, the more they trusted the person and the more they liked the person. So whatever microphone you have when you do Teams and Zoom meetings, get a better one. And if you have your camera down here, improve it by increasing its height. Fair enough? Game? Yes. Okay, so we have dopamine over here, we have oxytocin over here, we're going to place endorphins here. It's a bit like the cherry on the cake. Endorphins is absolutely brilliant, especially for me, who is an introvert. I find it challenging to stand on a stage. I don't actually do this because I want to. I do this because I care so much about my subject, and I know the difference it can make in your life and in your career. So this one is particularly important for me, because have a look at this. Endorphins have pro-social effects. That means that when you, for instance, laugh hysterically, endorphins is produced, and you will suddenly become more pro-social. So if you're going to go into a meeting and you feel, nah, I don't want to go into the meeting, or you have to go to a mingle and you have to mingle around, but you feel, nah, I don't want to do it, I'll call in and I'll tell them I have got a tummy ache. Bad strategy. Go into the bathroom, lock the door, sit down on the toilet, laugh hysterically at absolutely nothing. Yes, it's going to be a bit psychotic. Do that for 45 seconds, and then open the door and go out again. The people who saw you come in and go out, they have definitely an idea of what you did in there. And it's not laughing. But we're talking, you know, these heavy laughs that go from the tummy, yeah? All right, I want to try that with you. So wherever you are, disregard everyone around you. With your tummy, laugh hysterically at absolutely nothing for 15 seconds, challenge yourself, and see what happens. Go. Okay, we'll stop. You can't go more than 15 seconds. I used to do this exercise for 45 seconds. Guess why I stopped? Because it wrecked my entire keynote. Because people could not stop laughing. So if you ask a group like this to laugh for 45 seconds, it gets so hysterical that you actually have to stop the keynote. I did this with 700 people, and we had to leave the room, come back 15 minutes later for it to calm down. So that's why I gave you a very explicit instruction, 15 seconds. Well done. Well, that's on you, eh? You laughed at absolutely nothing. That was weird. So applause to you. For each of these substances, I have a playlist on YouTube. So if I feel that I need to increase my drive, my focus, my my motivation. I've collected video clips I know create that sensation in me, and I spend 15 minutes looking at them. If I want to feel grounded and present, I've got 15 minutes of oxytocin clip. Now, I am very easy to cry, so I can't do more than 5 minutes, otherwise I'm an absolute wreck. Thirdly, I have a playlist of endorphin clips. I want to share one of them with you, just because laughing is beautiful. So this is one of the clips that I have in my YouTube video, which has the possibility to create endorphins. Look at this. Poor boy, poor guy.
Oh, I almost just kicked that rock. I'm not gonna fall.
All right. I assume you use social media. I want you to just realize if you can relate to this. Have you ever been on social media? You've spent 20 minutes looking at videos which the algorithm feeds you. Yes? After those 20 minutes, I'm very certain that you don't feel very different from when you started. Maybe a little bit empty, but nothing else. It hasn't actually moved you in any direction. But I can assure you this. If you spend 20 minutes looking at your dopamine playlist, you have moved from here to here. If you spend 20 minutes looking at your oxytocin playlist, you have moved from here to here, and endorphin from here to here, because you chose what you wanted to feel. The algorithm dilutes your emotions. Pick how you want to feel. So, thank you. So these three can give you the opportunity to feel endorphins. And I think even if you are the most energy-charged group that I've spoken to these couple of years, I think we all have the opportunity to smile a bit more and laugh a bit more, don't you think? Absolutely. Now, my friends, it has come. We are going to have a look at testosterone. And I don't really know where to place that. If we got dopamine over here, which was gimme, 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 gimme more, oxytocin, which is oh, and endorphins, which is I feel high. Testosterone is like this animal around it all that amplifies all of these in such a brilliant and powerful way. To give you an idea of the effects of testosterone, have a look at this. It increases your risk willingness. It increases your confidence. And listen to these studies. People who increase their testosterone before a job interview are more likely to get the job. I'll say that again. People who increase their testosterone levels prior to a job interview are more likely to get the job. And that's not strange. If you have two people and they've got the same kind of qualities, but this one seems to be more confident, it is quite likely that that is the person that will get the job. Another study was done on negotiations, where it showed that people who increased their testosterone levels just prior to the negotiation, they went out consistently with a higher bid. So when you sell, your opportunity to set a higher price is correlated with your level of confidence. So the question then is, how can you increase your testosterone levels? Well, I'll give you just an example of how easy it is to change it. If, for instance, this part of this room is rooting for one football team, say football team A. I've always learned that I don't use examples of football teams because people get aggressive, you know. So this is football team A, this is football team B. Football team A wins, listen to this. Then they've measured the testosterone levels of the fans of the winning team, and it is increased by up to 20% by rooting for the team who wins. 20%, it's an insane increase. And the interesting thing is that in this team, Team B, who lost, there was a 20% decrease. There's a 40% difference if you actually in the winning team or the losing team. So this has a massive impact on you. So I'm going to take you through 6 evidence-based techniques on how to increase confidence in testosterone. I'm going to show you how to stack all of these 6 onto each other, and I'm going to do it up here on stage to show you how it's done, and then I'm going to ask you all to do it as well, so that you can feel it. And I'll just put it like this. You can hold back, you can, but then you won't feel it. The more you play in on these 6 techniques, the more you will feel the testosterone boost. And I'll put it like this as well. Women will feel an even greater change than men will feel, based on experience after doing this with tens and tens and tens of thousands of people. So I'm going to take you through them. And this is putting myself out there, because it's going to look a bit strange from my perspective, or your perspective. So look at these, and then remember that I want you to copy them. Posture, chest out, chin up. Long strides. Body language. Put your hands out and do this gesture. When you do this, I want you to simply stand up, because you can't walk. But I want you to stand up and feel this. You don't have to do it yet. Just, I'll do it first. I'll do it first. Yeah, not so eager. I love it, though. All right. I'll be doing this first, and you'll copy after. I move, I do this. Walk like you own the world. And then it's very important that you add gaze. So it's been shown that eye contact has a connection with testosterone. Look down into the floor like you're hunting something. So I'm looking like I'm hunting something. And now is a very key thing to bringing out the testosterone. Don't do this yet. And that is adding a breathing pattern which is correlated to this. And it would sound like this. And I will very soon stop. And I will very soon do this gesture, bounce myself on my chest and scream. So if there's kids in here, please cover their ears, okay? The very last one that we will also add is music. So please hit me with the music, DJ. You don't go yet. I show you. You can quite literally hear my voice, the way I walk, that something's changed. There's a confidence that is greater than even before. My hands are shaking. I've got goosebumps all over my arms. Can you see that? And it happened within 30 seconds. And I feel invincible. Please rise. As I said, if you have kids in here, please cover their ears. If you have AirPods because you need to protect your hearing, put them on. Listen to this instruction now. Shh. It's very important that you don't have eye contact with each other. It's very important that you don't speak with each other. This is your space. So, let's go. Chin up, chest out. Arms out, gaze down. Look at the floor like it's something that you want to hunt. Add breathing pattern. And do play along, because this is going to be amazing. Music, please. Hunt, hunt, hunt. Long breaths. I'm going to count down to 0, and you would do the same thing I did with the primal scream. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go! One more time. 3, 2, 1, go! Goosebumps, anyone? All over the place. Do you feel the sensation that is running through your veins? Please have a sit down. Can you relate? Can you relate to what I said? Increased confidence, yes? Increased willingness to take on risk. Your heart is beating, you feel focused, some of you may feel invincible. Ladies, did you feel that? I love it. Do this before presentations, do this before meetings, but combine it with oxytocin, otherwise they will be terrified. But if you mix your angel's cocktail by doing this and then looking at photos of your kids, you have such a sweet cocktail when you walk in there. Massive confidence and care for the world. Thank you. Well, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. Damn, that is big. Keep on practicing that and you'll be better and better at it, and you'll just need 20, 30 seconds. I'm going to take you into the very last part of my talk now, and this is what we did in Stockholm as well. I love doing this. It's going to be easier now when you're high on testosterone. Focus questions is part of psychology. It's the definition of the questions that you ask yourself about your surroundings on a daily basis. A lot of people, I'm not saying you have it, I think it's less in this room, but there's some, ask yourself, what's wrong with that? I want you to play along with me for 15 seconds, look around in the room and ask yourself, what's wrong with that, what's wrong with that, what's wrong with that? Go. And then I want you for 15 seconds do this instead. What's amazing with that? Go. Look around in the room. What's amazing with that? I see some looking at me. Very kind of you. My question is there a difference what you focus on? Absolutely. Now, some of you, I've seen you out there. I've seen who you are. I've seen that some of you have a focus question that goes like this. How can I avoid being different? Right? It's a very common one in humanity. How can I avoid being different? How can I avoid them seeing me? So I see you out there in the mingle. You're the people, you're in a little bit of the corner, you're behind tables, you hang out with your friend, you sit by the people you know. Yes? You know you're in here. But if you have that focus question for the rest of your life, you will allow other people to dictate who you are. So, I want to test you. I want you to get up on your feet again. And I can from this position spot every single one of you who has that focus question. I can spot you from a mile away if you have the focus question of, how can I avoid being different? How can I avoid them looking at me strangely, okay? And the way I'm going to do this test is that for 10 seconds, no, we're going to do 7 seconds, we're going to do dancing. Isn't dancing marvelous? But I assure you, I can see every single one of you who has the focus question of, oh, how can I avoid standing out? Yes, all right, are you ready, DJ? Hit me. With the dancing music. Go. Go! Stop. So the people who have this question in here, they're going. And the people who don't have that question in here, they're going, whoa, my God, this is awesome. So I had this problem, and I keep standing because we're going to do this again. I had this problem. How can I be what they want me to be? How can I avoid being different? So I'm in Stockholm, capital of Sweden. I'm walking by a conference room which has this big glass wall. I'm walking by it, and I'm out, just having a walk. in this conference complex, and suddenly I come into this room, or I come in, the room is here, the window's here, this is where I'm walking. I look into the room, and there's 30 people dressed in suits. And I see them looking at me, and suddenly I can feel myself shoving something up and walking like they want me to walk. And I realized that my entire posture and way I walked was affected by 30 people I don't know. So I turned around and I asked myself, I want to change that focus question to this. How can I inspire others? So I turned around and, inspired by my daughter Leona, I did this. Yo. And it was such a freedom to choose how I wanted to behave based on what I wanted and not what they expected. I've been consistently doing this since that day. You can find me in the middle of New York. People aren't happy in the middle of New York for some reason. And you can see them frowning. And I go, hey, F that, man. And people look at me like, you should probably be locked in. I don't care. I want you to do that last finale now, get the opportunity to dance once more, but this time in your head, I want you to over and over and over repeat, how can I inspire others, and see if that makes you dance differently. I'm talking, how can I inspire others, right? How can I inspire others? Just move whatever you have when you dance in order to show them that they don't have to have that focus question. Come up on the stage, come on. Come up. Thank you. Cincino. Humans. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Goodbye. Thank you.
Guys, thank you, David. And thank you for having me as the MC the first hours of this day. Thank you so much. And now, let's have a dinner break, 1 hour, 15 minutes. Thank you so much. Let's go.
Feel the heat, I wanna own the night. I wanna feel the beat, I wanna dance tonight. I wanna lose myself, I wanna come alive. I wanna feel the love go into over. Life, even when the rain is falling. right. Damn right. Even when the rain is falling, even when you hit the bottom, I'll be there. I'll be there. 'Cause there ain't no ocean deeper than my love for you, and there ain't no fire that I wouldn't run right through. And there ain't no mountain, baby, that I wouldn't move. Nothing that I wouldn't do for you, 'cause you do it for me too. Everybody wanna move like us. Hey! Everybody wanna move like us. Everybody wanna move like us. Hey, yeah. We're moving mountains. Everybody wanna move like us. Everybody wanna move like us. Everybody wanna move like us. We're moving mountains. 'Cause there ain't no ocean deeper than my love for you, and there ain't no fire that I wouldn't run right through. There ain't no mountain, baby, that I wouldn't move. Nothing that I wouldn't do for you, 'cause you do it for me too. We're moving mountains. Everybody wanna move like us. Everybody wanna move like us. We're moving mountains.
Please welcome our MCs. Crown Alina Karbloom and Black Ambassador Peter Herman.
Wow! Hello, everyone! That sounds great already. Elina?
This is a wonderful crowd. Oh my God. And I'm just wondering, it's late night now, so we need to keep the energy up. So in the front, you are the leaders. These are crowns and above. So please, can you just give some energy into the room? Because you are the leaders.
Whoa, come on, guys! Some more energy! Yes, that's it. Okay.
And I could hear Manu through the whole crowd.
Yes, we could hear Manu.
And now, in the back, I want you to scream even higher than the leaders. Come on!
Oh, you guys,
because you are the future leaders.
Yeah! That's it! You see, guys, that's it! Wow!
And then together, everyone.
And now.
In 1, 2, 3.
All of you, come on! Yes! That's it!
So I think we're awake now.
Pardon me?
Are you awake now?
Are you awake? I'm sorry, I'm not.
Perfect.
You can't hear anything here.
I am so honored to stand here tonight together with this lovely man, Peter Herman.
Thank you very much.
And it's so crazy. He's gonna tell you a little secret tomorrow. But I've been in the company for 9 years, and then he came. I don't know what year it was, but he started as a translator.
17.
Yeah, in 2017.
I was 17.
He started as a translator, and then just pop up like a black ambassador from somewhere. So I think maybe I should start at translating instead. Or, I don't know, I listen to you talk tomorrow maybe.
Yeah.
So this is an amazing guy.
I'll say No, thank you. I say something about it tomorrow, but Elina, from the first moment we saw each other, I thought this is a woman I would love to be on stage with. And when I was asked to do that, I was really happy, so I'm really honored. It's a pleasure, and I know we're going to have fun tonight with, hopefully, the two of us and all of you. So thank you very much. One more time, please. Hey, Senzino! Come on! We need energy tonight. Real energy. That sounds good.
So what is happening now? Because now we're gonna start this evening.
Okay, we're going to start this evening
Yeah.
out amazing. Just amazing. Because we have someone on stage in a minute who is a legend in this business. I cannot say enough about him, but he used to be a rock star. And I don't mean a rock star in the sense we use it, you know, like people like, you know, many people of us are rock stars. We are rock stars. But he was a real rock star, filling the Cologne Arena, for example. And then his second career, he is in network marketing and has been for 35 years. He has had 1.2 million customers alone in his team. 1.2 million in his team. He made billions, he said billions, literally, US dollars. If that is a good currency, I have no idea, but never mind. It's billions of US dollars. That's a good currency, of course, it is. And I'm very honored to welcome on stage Black Crown, Mr. Art Napolitano, the legend! Please.
This is the world we live in, and these are the hands we're giving. Choose them, let's start trying to make it.
Well, good evening, everyone. Wow, I am so nervous to be here. I have been in network marketing, as Peter said, 35 years. This month, October, is my 35th birthday in this industry. And I can't believe it's been 35 years. It doesn't feel like it. Well, some mornings it might, until I got on the Zinzino products. Now I have all this new vitality and new energy. And I have a story to share with you. For those that are new in the industry, you're new to Zinzino, I really want to relate to you because I remember being the new person in the audience. I didn't understand everything. I didn't know how this was going to go, but I wanted to change my life. I was sick and tired of being broke. Now that goes back to when I was 29 years old, and I was looking for a change in my life. So network marketing presented opportunities to me. And today, I've now traveled all over the globe. I've worked in Australia, New Zealand, Colombia, Mexico. I've worked in 18 European countries. 20 years ago, I lived in the Netherlands and helped my company expand throughout. Hello, Dutch friends. And then recently, in 2023 in September, Stacy, my partner in life, we moved over to Spain and have an apartment in Malaga because we were helping to get our business, our former company that I was with 25 years, we were getting them off Zoom and back into the rooms. We wanted to do both. And after really doing what we thought was a great job, I found out just before Christmas, when I went back to the United States where we live near Boston, that the company was making a major change in their global operations and they were going to retract from Korea, from Japan, from Australia, from Latin America, and all of the European markets, where I had global teams that I built 25 years. I'd reached the top position. First time anybody had reached that position, we pushed the income. We pushed it to 6 figures a month, 100,000. We went to 200, 300, 400. Yes, I lived the dream, rags to riches. And I had an incredible life experience all along the way. So you can imagine my shock when they told me that they had to make a business decision. Now, I'm a businessman. I understood it. These are dear friends of mine. I love them dearly. But they told me I had a very short window to figure out what was next in my life. And that led me to put a team together to research the industry. Now, I already had been looking in health and wellness for more than a year because our company, which was in services, was looking to acquire a company like Azelis. We were looking to become a hybrid with nutritional or wellness type products. We just never found the right thing. So I was shocked to go back from Christmas a year ago and find out I needed a home from the team that I've been loyal to and they've been loyal to me. So anyway, we got started, we put a team together, and we ended up here in Zinzino. And it's been an amazing 8 months since we started in February. And the most crazy day yet in 8 months to become ambassador is at the top of the hour on Wednesday. Everyone knows what happens when the month closes, the week closes, and you're trying to rank advance, and the donuts are spinning. And now we're addicted to looking at donuts. And my whole team, I got people pushing for gold, pushing for platinum, pushing for diamond. And all along, I'm looking, we might make ambassador. The team may push us over to ambassador. I call up Orion. I took a screenshot. In fact, I shared the picture with Sven over here just earlier. I was at 149,999.75. We were 0.25. 0.25, a quarter of a credit to becoming ambassador. And Orion says, listen, don't worry, I'm sorry, your credit card got declined. You were trying to order one Zeno Shine. I'm sorry, but you'll make it next month. Thank you, Orion. You know. But the good news is, I had a couple people pushing for diamond. There was a couple more orders I didn't know about that went in, and we comfortably made it over the line. So I really am grateful. First of all, I'm grateful for all the people down here in the front because you built this stage I'm getting a chance to dance on, and I hope many of my team members join me. I'm also grateful for the team that decided to stay with us in this transition. A lot of people did not, especially Miriam de la Sierra, who's over here in the front row, her husband Bashwa Kari, her two sons, Alex and Borca. These guys are superstars out of Spain. They're half of what I'm done. Without them, there's no way I'm here. And then I have even people with no network experience. A guy named Stuart Tomk, who I know is watching at home. He's an omega-3 expert. Now, some of you heard of Nordic Naturals. He was the brand ambassador globally, traveled all over the world teaching people. He saw what Zinzino was all about, analyzed what was in the product. He said, this is the best thing I've ever seen. Now, for those that don't know, that's the largest selling brand of fish oil in the world. And he said, what we have is better. It's right. What we have is better. He's recruited a team of doctors and medical professionals that made Stacy and I step back and go, this is better than we thought. We got 2 doctors in our team that have over 500 medical papers published between them. One of them is also has a big connection with Dr. Paul Clayton. Paul said to me today, Dr. Paul said, he's one of the guys I admire. And he's a rep? Yeah, he's a partner in our team. So let me tell you, you do not have to worry whether or not Zinzino has got the right stuff. They do. It's what are we going to do with it? Now, in my short time I have with you, I just want you to know I was not born an ambassador or a network marketing expert, which I've been for many, many years. I was this guy in the rock and roll band. And you need to know, at 29, that was me with the long hair. I was below broke, had a hole in the floor of the car. I couldn't get a credit card. My dad was saying, please go back to college and finish your degree. And I was invited to a network marketing meeting. And it led me to live out my dreams, because what I really wanted to do is travel the world, have fun, and get paid for it. So my life came full circle. Yes, I'm one of those rags to riches stories. And you're probably wondering, well, can that ever happen to me? Well, Stacy and I now, that's our view from our apartment up there. That's our home on the lake. We've had a lot of success. When I met Hilda and Orion, we had known of each other. We crossed paths. I knew people in corporate, like Carmelo in the front here. We worked in the same company. I have many partners that were here. Some of my former downlines keep coming up to me. They've been here 2 years before me, which means they're smarter than me. And so we had a chance to really live the dream, and to think I had to do it again, I recognize I cannot live in the past. The past resume does not do a damn thing for me. It's what we do today. And at this age, having been through some health problems in my life, including surviving a heart attack 3 years ago, as someone that was taking omega-3, I was really interested in health. Someone with 2 stents, I was really interested in what that number was. When I started Googling omega-6 to omega-3, I realized this was super important. So I had to make some changes in my life. I went and took the test. I was still 12-1 taking omega-3. 4 months later, 3.3 to 1. Thank God, Zinzino. It really made a difference. So how do you know you're at the right place? Number one, they've been around 19 years. To me, I'm not going with a startup. This is important. I'm not being part of someone else's experiment. I had offers, I had opportunities. He said no. Zinzino, proven products, you all proved it. I said, could people really take the test? Now 1.5 million people, of course, have taken the test. We know what happens when they're on it for 4 months. Is there people proven with earnings? I just looked at the income chart and said, look at the money that people are making here. I don't have to be the guy to prove it. I just have to learn what the people down here in the front know and learn how to teach what they teach and just keep the desire, keep the hunger. And then everything we looked at, I realized this was the one company out of everyone I looked at that was best prepared to become a multi-billion-dollar brand. Everything in my heart knows, everything in my mind knows that you are part of a company that will be a multi-billion-dollar brand. $1 billion would not do this company good service. We have too much more to do worldwide. You need to know that. And if you ever think of stopping, you will be watching this company do it without you. You need to understand it. See, Zinzino had this statement that I just related to, inspire change in life. And I know we talk about impact. Well, that statement impacted my life. I looked at that statement and said, that's what happened to me because of network marketing. Network marketing put me in a room full of people like this that inspired me to be more, do more, change, address the things where I was weak, learn how to become a leader. And when I saw that comp plan, and I said, you mean there are people making money at all these positions? And I learned the science of the comp plan, because there's a science to it, how it was designed really to build a strong middle class of income. And then I wondered, is there big money? Because I'm sorry, but I'm interested in the big money. And I know to get that, I got to help a lot of people earn what they want, whether it's a few €100 or a few $100 or it's a few $1,000s. I help people get their dreams. So when I heard they were going to have an equity opportunity, as you get to the president ranks, I said, wow, this is where I wanted to be, because if I'm going to do this one last time, and this is the last run for me, after 35 years and where I am in life, there's only one place and one time that I can make this decision to do it again. Miriam and I talked about it. We had these conversations. We said, this time, if we do it, we can earn equity in the company. Now, of course, you can invest. Why not? But that got my attention. Now, you're probably sitting there thinking, well, it's great. Look, he's been around MLM. He's got this long history. Of course he's going to do well. And I'm telling you the backstory. I expect to do well, but I got to prove it, right? But when I was new, I'm thinking to myself, could I be one of those presidents? And you're probably thinking that too. Well, let me talk to you generically about the subject of millionaires. There are trends going on in test-based nutrition. There are trends going on all over the world, and you happen to find yourself at the right place at the right time. Okay, the right place at the right time. I was talking to Sammy, who was with another company in nutrition. He joined Zinzino corporately. He said they were at around 200 million in sales, just like Zinzino is now. And just within a 10 or 11 year period, went to 3 billion. He's here like for the same reason I am. We see this as huge. Now let me share some statistics. I worked with a guy named Paul Zane Pilzer who wrote the book Unlimited Wealth. We were doing a seminar at the Cologne Arena for well over 10,000 people. And he was talking about when he was a professor at NYU, New York University. He was working with his graduate economics students. This is a professor that worked in the White House in America as an economist. And that book, Unlimited Wealth, kind of opened my mind to how wealth could be made while most people are not making money. You got the haves and the have-nots going like this. Yet millionaires is the fastest growing minority in the Western world. In the US, from 1991, it kept doubling from 3.6 to 7.2 to 11 to 22 million. And in Europe, the latest numbers I could find was 2021, which has gone to 20 million millionaires. So a lot of people are becoming millionaires, but who becomes one? And is it possible it could be you? Well, when the Forbes magazine 400 came out, they profiled the richest people in the world. And what this class did, these graduating students, they looked at it in 1981 and they noticed most of the wealthiest families were generational wealth. It was the Carnegies, the Rockefellers, the Fords. This was generations of effort that created this incredible wealth. But today, things have changed. In fact, in 2012, when this study was done, they found only 40 of those 400 families were still on the list. So you could ask what happened to all of them. Now, one thing that they noticed is the trend in people getting involved in distribution, finding a better way to get the product to the consumer. That's network marketing. I've been teaching a training, I don't have time today, called Distribution Revolution. But you just see it with Jeff Bezos. He made more money, became the wealthiest person on the planet in one lifetime, in a fraction of years, than these families made in generations. Because he set up distribution points, not brick and mortar stores, found a way to get the product directly to the consumer at a good value, fast, became the richest person on the planet. Network marketing, we get out all the advertising, the traditional cost of distribution, we can put more money into research and product development, and we get to share 50% of the pie. This is powerful. Now, here's what the study was wondering. Are the people that become so successful, is it nature? Were they just born into the right position, the right family? Or was it nurture? In other words, the right environment, the right schooling. What was it? And as they started interviewing all these wealthy families, the ones that would talk to them, they learned that in 2012, the top 10 richest people in that list didn't even 9 out of 10 didn't even attend college, and they came from the middle class. So for those that want the excuse saying, I wasn't born into the right situation, I didn't get the right education, look, I'm sorry all the doctors who are up after me, I didn't get out of college. I finished 2 years and took a degree in rock and roll. So that's what I did, you know. But when I looked at this list, I realized that I couldn't have that as an excuse, that anything was possible. And what they found is when they interviewed people, every one of these wealthy people they interviewed said it was a book they read, it was a film they saw, it was someone they met at a chance meeting. The penny dropped when they realized they wanted to change their life. You heard Hilda talk about it this morning. All the different speakers talk about your why, your change. But this is where it starts. They found out that it could be a seminar just like this, whether you're watching at home or here. That's when the penny dropped and you said, I'm not living like this anymore. I'm not living hand to mouth. They made a choice. Their desire became white hot. And then they sought to get knowledge. Even though they didn't know how they were going to get there, they said, I want to live like that. I want to drive that car. I want to take care of my family. I want to give to my charities. I want to travel the world. And they said, how do I do it? And then get around people like this that are going somewhere, because we want to go with you. Knowledge will give you confidence. Confidence brings you to enthusiasm. It's derived from two Greek words, entheos, which you understand the translation means God within. It's an outward expression of an inner belief. So I have to ask all of you, what value have you placed on Zinzino? And whatever it was before this weekend, you need to raise the bar. Do you have a clarity of why you're doing this? For your family, the clothing for your kids, better vacation, get away from the job you hate. Or do you go back to work every day, starting over at zero? Work the next day, start over at zero. Work the next day, start over at zero. Building residual income, what I've been teaching for years. You've got to build an asset. You've got to create something. You'll never have freedom in your life. Stacy and I talked about it. She said, boy, do you just want to call it a day? For about 2 seconds, I said, got too many people we're responsible for. We got too many more things to do. We've got a lot of life in us. So what are you here for? Zinzino today is showing you that as a personal and a business development school. But you have to be honest with your own financial realities. This maybe will motivate you. Some people, it's the financial motivation you need. You need to really cultivate that. You need to stop living just to get by. Too many people just get by. They're happy getting by. You don't accomplish anything great as an entrepreneur just thinking like that. You've got to commit to the process of improving your mind. We heard Hilda say it this morning. Yes, Hilda, we've all read this book. If you're really successful, you read Napoleon Hill, Think and Grow Rich. I only read it because it didn't say work and grow rich. I said, hey, think and grow rich. I think I could try that. But read the quote. There's one quality which one must possess to win. That is the definiteness of purpose, the knowledge of what you want, and a burning desire to get it. So that's why you hear the same message from all the different speakers in different ways. Have you really figured out how to design your life? Have you really thought about where you want to live, what you want to drive? Or if material things don't matter to you, what do you want to do for society, for your family, for your church, or for whatever? You've got to figure out what motivates you, because if you're not motivated, self-motivated, this business will not work. I will not call you and get you out of bed to talk to somebody. I learned about the power of written goals. I had to learn how to write down what I wanted. I heard it in so many personal development tapes. For years, I never did it. But once I did do it, it spoke to me. It was like talking to your inner subconscious, the God factor, the law of attraction, as the book is. Then I learned that the simplicity of this business is far easier than I ever thought. And I'm not talking studying the comp plan. It's just a simple system. Every leader here has a system of some type that revolves around three things. We have to share a product, we have to share an opportunity, and we promote for events. You know, I have people ask me, hey, I hear you're doing something new. What are you doing? And I've been trying different ways to introduce people to Zinzino, and finally it hit me. I said, you know what I'm doing? I'm representing a science company. You go, science company? Yeah, Scandinavian company. Yeah, it's amazing. Well, what are you doing? Well, I'm promoting a blood screening that reveals the most important number you do not know about your health. They go, what's the most important number I don't know about my health? I created curiosity, and family members were like begging me to tell them more. So that obviously led to conversations about balance test. I told them Google omega-6 to omega-3. And again, I don't have a lot of time to go through this, but I said, look, the business is as simple as chasing your customers, whether it's Q-Team, Zinzino for Free, X-Team, A-Team, whether you go to Pro Team, which we made Pro Team 50, so I'm pretty excited about that. Thanks to Stacy and the big push. Even the co-founders of my last company, customers. And then team building. Okay, how many partners have you sponsored every month? I say, how many people have you helped to sponsor?